Alright everyone, let's start up with our intro video for best practices for building UI in Unity. So basically we're going to be going through the curriculum right now. I'm gonna introduce myself and then we can then proceed to start with the actual tutorial series. So basically for building UI in Unity, you have to have some interesting code and structure for visuals and also for interactions. So basically I'm gonna be describing all of this in this tutorial series, but first my name is Ramon Lopez. I have this game design and published company called Natural Power Games, and I call myself Ramon Dev Online. I've been working with games for over 4 years, learning by myself, teaching others, and I've worked with big names in the industry like Josh Rose and Reggie Muth. I don't know, well, maybe you haven't heard about them, but they're pretty popular in the third-party industry for some gaming companies. And myself, I worked with Robot Monster Games, Hyper Rich, Fast Microservices, and also by myself, and now with Natural Power Games. I hope you guys understand my voice. I hope you guys have a good connection with the website, as we're going to be streaming all day today, probably, depending on how the stream goes, how everything goes. I might finish today or finish tomorrow. So for this project, we're going to be building UI Unity. Basically, the only thing we require is Unity and Visual Studio, and of course you want to know about UI. Maybe you're an artist who wants to get on with user interface in Unity, or you're a programmer learning about the UI nuances of Unity. There's a lot of stuff to learn with the Unity user interface, because Unity has many options, but some of them don't work directly exactly the way you expect them. So it's good to try to learn all the caveats and the important stuff that you might need to do with your Unity design, the Unity code, the Unity development. Many artists can actually just code in Unity without any issue. It's not that hard. And also you can just design the UI through drag and drop in some instances. I will be showing you that kind of thing right now. So the project outline, we're going to be defining user interface and user experience for PC and mobile. We're going to be checking some UI and UX examples, and then we're going to be confirming that everyone has Unity and Visual Studio installed the way that we may need it during the tutorial series. If you want to follow along or you want to code later, you're going to need those installations. Then we're going to be talking about cameras, canvas, and base elements. So basically, canvas and cameras have several options that you can set up. I'm going to be downloading Scene Machine just to show you some tips and tricks that you can do with that type of software. There's free plugins that Unity gives you in case you need them, which most of the times you will, since they're very useful. Then we have the base elements are text and image and button, basically. So session 2.2, 1.2.2, yes, we're going to be talking about text and image, how to make them look good, how to remove the anti-aliasing if that's what you need, how to stop them from looking weird in Unity Vision. There's a few tricks that you can do. I don't really recommend using tricks, but sometimes they're useful. In image, how to make them look pixel perfect, how to make them look exactly the way that your designer drew them. Basically, that is the whole point of talking about the image part. Then we have the buttons, like this one's over here. This is, an example, a screenshot I found. So you have these buttons. We're gonna learn about buttons, how to add them, how to make them work, how to program them, how to set them up. Then in session 2.4, we're gonna talk about input fields, which is where the player inputs data. Then in session 3, we'll have advanced UI elements like the scroll view. There's no scroll view in this screenshot, but they could have one. Scroll view, we're going to talk about sliders, we're going to talk about toggles and toggle groups, and about dropdowns. Probably we may add something else in the structure later, but we'll see. And then we have in session 4 we will be talking about render texture and other tips, and these other tips are gonna be render textures, what is a render texture, how to do drag and drop in code mostly, and how to do some fixes in the code that I already wrote or just new code. And then we're going to be doing further tips. I will recommend some things that you could do or not do in your Unity project. So that's our intro for this project. I appreciate you guys watching, and I hope we have a lot of fun this project together. I'll see you in a second for the session 1 intro, and then we'll start up with all this amazing project. Thank you for watching. Alright everyone, welcome back to Best Practices for Building UI in Unity. This is session 1.1. We're gonna get started with defining the UI and UX for PC and mobile games. So basically for this session we will be checking out, I'm gonna be talking about user interface in these two categories. So basically there's just two types. There's two main types. Console is like an intermediate between PC and mobile, honestly, since it depends on the developer. But the other thing is that, you know, consoles have controller. Everything's designed for controller. So basically in user interface for mobile games we have bigger elements. We have stuff that looks a little more cluttered. So for example, we have this is not for any game, this is just an example user interface, but I feel like it conveys the message clearly. So we have a menu where you can buy stuff. Of course, like you could say that maybe this would not be present, but in general you have this menu where everything is like really large. You can see that every single item in this menu is very large, and you can also check out that all the buttons are really large, very clearly defined. There's no ambiguity that if you tap, the thing is you're using taps. In computer we have the mouse, and in console games you have controllers, but phone games have to be designed around the mechanic of tapping. So if you tap anywhere, you will be seeing that you know, you will be of course receiving more information. In this case you have a tooltip. If you tap anywhere, you'll be getting some sort of feedback. It could be forced feedback, it could just be the game acting some way that you expect it or not. And then you click on these little icons and you will definitely get more and more and more from the game. So this is like the way a user interface will work normally for a mobile game. Will be very large, everything's very clear. I don't want to go too deep into this. This is just the basic definition, because in the next session we're going to check examples, and that's of course more interesting. So I want to jump into that real quick as possible. So yeah, the other thing is that in mobile games you usually have many options at the same time, like every single time, but they're big, they're very large. We have the large hammer, large hat, large, everything is like quite big, and you have many options because they want to bombard you with information. And the problem is your phone is tiny, the screen is very small, so it's like 5 inches in which you have to take advantage of every single space. So there's not much white space. Most of the space is covered by something. There's some sort of information, and sometimes this can feel overwhelming to some users in some cases. So for this, I do recommend that you do this. You just have to be smart about it. So in this screenshot, which is not a real screenshot of any game, it's just example for UI, you can see that these icons are large and the letters are large and everything is large, but they try to leave some white space here and there. And the interesting part is we don't get to see this is like, this doesn't make sense that it is at the same time the kitchen stuff, all of this stuff. It shouldn't be at the same time like this, and this should be up. So just be careful about the way that you distribute your user interface for this stuff for mobile games. And in PC games, I'm gonna post a screenshot of Diablo just because I do need a little example we can see that at least for the main menu, you have some buttons over here, and they also made it like quite large, but it was because they were planning on releasing this for consoles, and consoles usually also do have big menus. And I'm gonna check one more so that I can drive the point home of the size of the stuff. I'm gonna check out the Monster Hunter World, which will of course not come out on mobile. We can see that we have a lot of information. I'm gonna post it right here. We have a lot of information in this screenshot. We have the name of the user, we have the health, the stamina, the weapons sharpness, I guess. We have some item here. This is the start menu open. This is the health menu, all this stuff. So this is like a gameplay menu. You basically can't play with this on, of course, because this is your menu. You can see there's a lot of data everywhere. Also, there's a lot of data here, but you can compare all the white space that we get because the screen is larger. We can see that all of this, like only this area over here, I'm gonna color over it. Only this area over here is covered by user interface. Like this area of the screen is occupied, and this area of the screen is occupied. This is all of these rest of the screen, including the minimap, because it's a gameplay element. Even if it's user interface, it's gameplay related. We can see that all of this area over here is gameplay area. So it's interesting to see the difference between one type of user interface and the other. Honestly, it's definitely something that we have to keep in mind at the time of designing user interfaces. I'm having some technical issues at the moment, so I am going to go check them out. If I can solve them, I will come back for session 1.2, which is checking UI and UX examples. I wanted to finish the session before checking my issues. If I can't solve them, I will continue tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST and just do everything tomorrow. I was gonna do a two-parter, but I think I'm being forced by my technical issues to do one part. So I will be right back, or continue tomorrow, guys. I'm sorry for this little hiccup, but it's good that we have the top quality top quality tutorials and videos here in Live EDU. I don't want you guys to be watching some choppy screen, some choppy graphics. But yeah, I will be back as soon as possible, either today or tomorrow. So thank you for watching, guys, and this is gonna be a really exciting tutorial, so BRB. Oops. This is session 1.2, checking UI and UX examples. We already did 1.1, in which we talked about defining UI and UX for PC and mobile games, and now in 1.2 we will be doing something completely different, which is, well, related of course, checking UI and UX examples from different games and talking about it for both UI and UX in PC and mobile games. So basically, the UI experience in PC games and mobile games has a core difference, which is mostly about the amount of information that you want to have on your screen. And the thing is about this whole information thing is that you have to make sure that your UI isn't too cluttered, but you are already like also conveying enough information in your user interface so that you can your player can just look at it and at a glance understand what's going on. Basically, when we have PC game, and here we have a famous game that's out and about right now, which is Monster Hunter World. We can see in the menus that there's a lot of like little sub menus here and there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sub menus on this side. We can see that there's a little, probably health or something, gem here, and this could be mana or stamina, and this is like something related to the weapon. It has a sword, this guy has a sword, so they are very likely to be related. But the interesting part about this is that we are getting a ton of information at once, and the only way that we can process it is if we know the informational hotspots. Basically, to know the informational hotspots, you of course have to have played the game. If you haven't played the game, then how can you know the hotspots of information that you may or may not have in the game? So basically, if we check out the hotspots, I have played this game, so we can select here. We can see the defense stats for the player. We can see these numbers that mean something. If you haven't played the game, then you wouldn't know what it means, of course. But if you have, then you know defense, fire, water, all of this information is here. So as soon as you want to know anything about your defense, you will turn your head into this direction and you would check out that piece or that amount of info that there's on this bottom right side of the screen. You can see that there's two little gems here. One of them means one menu and the other one means another. So if you know what you are up to in the game, if you know as a player what's going on, then you know what you're looking at. You know that there's the attack here, but this also element affinity. This all has what we call a burden of knowledge. So basically, the player has a burden of knowledge. They need to know what is up. They need to know what's going on beforehand. Because if you don't know what's going on, then you will never know. You would take a while to search around the user interface. The first times you look at this, it's overwhelming. But since this is a PC game, it's expected that it's overwhelming. It's expected that, in a way, your user interface has a lot of information, and since it has a lot of information, it just indicates that you have a lot to say. And at the start, your player will not know all of these things. They will not understand what's going on. They will not even understand how to cycle through the menus, and they will not understand many things. And yet again, this is a game that's both on PC and console, so this is a special case of mixing both user interface. You can see that we have the buttons that allow us to move around the menus and such, but many PC games don't have this, although they do get adapted. For example, Cities Skylines was a PC game first, and then it got adapted. Same for Rocket League, same for other right now Rocket League's the other way around, but the point is that console to mobile, to PC and PC to console, they are very similar. Mobile games are indeed different, and I'm gonna go look for the user interface of any other game in the a singular game, I guess, in the mobile game space. And here we have, let me just share this with you. I'm gonna move this over so we can talk about another game. I'm gonna move this over there. I can move this over here and delete this. I'm gonna delete that. Okay, so in the mobile game experiences, we have this example. This game is called Zenonia with a C, and so we can see that this is a combat game where you fight stuff. You can move around with a virtual joystick, and if you press on the screen, you will attack. But as you can see, this doesn't have much information in it. Compared to this, of course, this has the pause menu on it, but even then, you can see that this only has Lycan level 14, which is the enemy name. And we have our HP, our mana, or skill points. We have our skills with cooldowns. We have stats, skill, and we have our character portrait. But there's nothing else on the screen to see. At least on this screenshot, there's not much else to see. I will show you another one that has a little more information in it. In this one, we have almost the same stuff. But as you can see, there's a couple added things onto the screen. We have the mini-map on the top left, and we also have these directional arrows to move, and this joystick here, I have no clue what the joystick is for. And we have this button thing too, which seems to be like a quick item. We also have the time of the day, although in this one we also have the time of the day. But other than that, the two screenshots look very similar. maybe one of them is a beta version versus the other one. So what you do in mobile is you need an UI that's very clean. As you can see, there's very clean, and you need a lot of menus hidden one behind the other, and you need layers. You need to be able to play very well with layering on your game user interface, because if you do, then you can handle a lot of basically a lot of information in your screen if you are able to play with layers. This minimap, I'm sure if you tap it, you can make it go away. And all these skills, you can probably trade them outside. Like, you hit skill and you can like drag and drop different skills. That way you're sure that your skill menu is updated to what you need at any given time, but you're not giving the player an overwhelming feeling of tons of information everywhere. So that is basically combat style UI. I'm gonna delete this screenshot for Monster Hunter just because I wanna use a new one. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna remove this. So let's go back to Diablo's login screen. You get this typical login screen. This is almost a mobile user interface actually, because it doesn't have much info. But if we look at Diablo's actual UI, we will find out that it has a lot of complication. It has a lot of information. Very compressed though. I'm gonna delete this one to absorb this new one. Absorb because I'm Kirby basically. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and put this in a big, yeah. So this game was designed for PC and console. It is out on Xbox, Switch, PlayStation 4, and PC, I think, and in all major platforms it's released. So we have this interesting balance in this screen where we have something similar to Xenonia, where we have the skills on the bottom tab. You can switch skills. It's obvious that you can click on this and change your abilities. You have your mana, you have health, your mana. You can check out your objective on this part. You can check out a chat on this part, and you have your team list, like your teammates, on this top left part. You have the name of the place here, experience bar, TP, and all this stuff. It works pretty nicely. It's very clean. This could be also some mobile type of user interface and user experience. It feels clean. It feels like you can work with this sort of interface. You even see the numbers for the damage. You see how much gold is on the floor. And the advantage of this type of thing is that you don't have to think much. Anyone can just come here and press a bunch of buttons in your menu. They will be firing spells, they will be shooting spells left and right, they will be doing what they have to do in order to win the game, which is just kill monsters. And the interesting part is that they designed this thinking about the future. So we're trying to move on from lots of information on the screen to little information on the screen. But this wouldn't fly on mobile, of course, because you need this to be like 3 times larger. You need the screen to be full. You have to scale this UI pretty much a lot for these buttons to be tappable on a mobile screen. So that is the way this user experience works. It's minimalistic, but it's very focused on controller or mouse and keyboard, allowing you to see more information. So I'm gonna check out something else in Diablo. I'm gonna be checking out the inventory and the quest screen, or the enchant screen. You can see that we have our inventory, we have our items. This is, of course, it seems to be a modified version because this graphics are weird, or a beta version. But the whole point of this is that you can see that it's also layered. This is like very mobile, or mobile. It looks like a mobile game. That Blizzard tried to get this feeling of a mobile game in their Diablo 3 franchise entry, I guess, and you can see that they did achieve it. So in some sort of way, you get a lot of information in a very large sizable screen, and of course they try to reduce the burden of knowledge for this data, but it's hard to do, and you have to think about games with even more burden of knowledge. I'm gonna check out city skylines so we can check out the way that the user interface works in that game. This game, it has a lot of information because it's a city builder game, and basically I'm gonna show you right now. I found a good one. I'm gonna post it here and you can check out. So basically this thing has like a fake Twitter feed. We can click on houses and get a big tooltip saying what level it is, the family name, the status, what kind of household, education, and the neighbors and such. So we can see that there's a lot of information. I've never played this game, so I can tell you right now, I don't know what this means or this. I mean, this could be, I played The Sims, so we can check out, this could be residential, low, mid, or high, then say commercial, and this is industrial, and this could be landfill. And as we can see here, someone clicked on this, and so this all appeared. We have zoning, we have the name of the town, we have a lot of information. And again, this is designed to provide as much experience to user interface relation in our game, in a game, whatever game it is. The interesting thing here is they try to minimize the amount of information. There's so much information just included or intrinsic to the game that you just cannot. So anyone who's gonna play a certain game knows what the UI UX could look like. And this is another hint that I'm giving you for our future reference. The user interface always has to match the type of game. You have to know your audience, you have to know what they expect. They expect on the bottom to have, or bottom on the right side usually, to have information, to have data, to have buttons and options to build game, game details, to build a city, to build anything that is required to be built in a city building game. Of course, you know that it's gonna be complicated. I'm gonna show you one more because this is just the tip of the iceberg in this type of game, and this is considered one of the best examples of this game. So I'll show you now. Look at how many buttons we have on the left that we didn't have before. Look at how many different things we have now on the bottom, and look at this map of the routes of the cars or the buses, I'm not sure. And you can see, you can even select the bus lines over here to display them on the screen. All this user interface is amazing. We have a game world that almost has no information, because imagine just flying around in your city in a helicopter. You wouldn't get any information about the city itself, but with this you definitely can. You can see the lines, you can see how well, or the way that the public transport moves in a city. And so this is the way that this user interface works. You even have these notifications, you have the settings on top right, and once you get used to the UI, you can't really tell what happens. This is actually a mod. This is a mod called Modsaholic Extended Public Transport User Interface version 1.2. But my point stands, probably the devs can implement something like this, and it will make full and complete sense in the game world to have something like this. And I'm gonna show you, let's think about another type of game. So actually I'm gonna do puzzle game in mobile, and I'm gonna drag some UIs from mobile games to our screen so that we can compare basically. We have this Kineticos game. I'm gonna wait until my screenshot loads and I'm gonna show you now. So this game is called Kineticos, and it's a puzzle game in which you have to get to this red button by doing actions. So as you can see, as you expect in a mobile game, there's not much going on the screen UI wise. You just have nothing. A menu and a redo button and a settings button. So if you're gonna do mobile games, at least puzzle games, you know that you need to have very little information to to give to your players. You can't really fill them up with too much information. And the same thing that I mentioned before, you should be able to define what you need, like be very defined on what you need for your game's requirements. Basically, I'm gonna switch to a game that I really enjoyed, and this game released on 3DS first and then released on mobile. So this is called Pokemon Shuffle. Pokemon Shuffle is a match 3 game. It's like a classic Candy Crush type of game where you have a limited amount of time and you just have to swipe, and again, you have no user interface. This is a game world, and well, I guess this screen could be the user interface, which is like the reasoning for what are we trying to achieve with this game, which is capture this Pokemon, but like you have to drag and drop here and there, but the UI is like stage score, move left, name of the Pokemon and the health, and that is it. It's not complicated at all. It's a game that doesn't have much like many levels of layering, because you don't need it. Basically, you don't need to have that type of complex user interface. But I'm gonna go ahead and not be unfair. I'm checking out the Google Play Store for the top games, and I found one that's called Golf Clash. So Golf Clash is a game about playing golf, and I'm gonna show you. This is 3 screens actually, which is pretty nice. So we have this golf game in which this is the main menu before you start. This is the game, and this is the results screen or something similar, maybe selection of a course to play in. But the quite cool part about this is that you can see the main menu and all that has a lot of information going on. When you go to the actual game, it only has the wind, take the shot, and you have like the ball's position and a couple pictures here and there. There's no much information in this main screen when you're actually playing the game. So in mobile games, you get a lot of information before you play. The thing is that when you compare mobile games to PC games or console games, and this is very important, you have to understand that the main difference is that mobile games are a mechanic. They explore one mechanic and they build a game around this mechanic, and that's what you get, a quick mechanic game, one mechanic, that is your game. But when you think about PC games, you build the game around like each part of the game is a mechanic. So it's not just one mechanic doing everything. It's basically a configuration of many mechanics like confluenced into one game. And I'm gonna show you one more mobile game that I'm fond of because it looks pretty. Well, it looks really nice, but in the depth of the game, it's just a game where you just jump. So they made this based on the old minigame from Pokemon Stadium. It's called Magic or Jump, and all you do is literally have your Pokemon that you train jump, and it's a Magikarp. So I'm going to show you a better screen here. So this is a training menu. You can see that it has a few items of information, maybe 6-7 items of information. Then this one has also a few of them, and this one also has a few of them. But what I'm trying to go with this is that you guys should know, again, we're going with this theory, or the way that this works is that there's layers to the information in this type of game. Well, in every game, even Monster Hunter, you have layers of information. But in this type of game, you have layers. So you have to learn how to make the layers. You have to learn how to transition. And that's part of what we're going to be talking about, the transitioning between user interface screens. So I'm going to do a small recap. If you guys need to ask me anything, then go ahead. In this session 1.2, which is called Checking UI and UX Examples, we checked examples for several mobile games, several PC games, several console games, and talked about the burden of knowledge, how much user interface is too much and how much is too little. And of course I helped you. I talked about layering, about what to do when your game needs a lot of information, which is just layer your information as much as you can and know your audience is very, very important. So thank you for watching. I'll be coming right back for session 1.3, which is confirming that you guys, everyone who's watching this, can install Unity and have also Visual Studio, and that will take just a few minutes, 5 minutes, and then we'll continue to session 2. So thank you for watching, guys. I'll be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to Best Practices for Building UI in Unity. This is session 1.3, confirming current Unity and Visual Studio installations. Basically, we're just gonna be downloading Unity and Visual Studio. So if you are already familiar, already own this, already have this installed on your computer, I would recommend that you just skip this video. It's a short video. So basically, we're just going to be going to unity3d.com. Here you have many options. So the first and most important thing that you can get is just get Unity. And here you can see that they have the Plus, Pro, or Personal. Since we are beginners and we are just learning, we are going to try Personal. We are going to accept the terms, and then we will be downloading the installer for Windows. This will download the latest installer, which is 2018.2.11 F1 at the making of this video. I'm going to be opening it. You will see Unity Download Assistant. You click Next. It connects you to their servers. Then you just have to accept the terms of the license agreement. And here is the important thing that I want to show you, what you have to choose to get all that you need. So you have Unity 2018.2.11 F1, which is basically the editor for building the games. We can do Android build support, iOS build support. This is usually what I get because I like making mobile games sometimes. And we also have options for TV, OS, Linux, and a bunch of other stuff. But the only thing that I get from here is the Vuforia augmented reality support and WebGL build support, which with this you can build games for browsers or games with AR included already in your Unity settings. So you hit next. We can install the files to whatever you want. So you can see here that I have my address checked out, and I'm gonna cancel this. Yeah, I'm gonna cancel because I want to cancel because I already have Unity installed. I don't want to install over my Unity. So basically that is what you do. You just download it from the website and you install it. We're going to be creating the Unity project in the next session. So it's important that we have this already in everyone's computer. So the next thing you need to do is we're going to go to Visual Studio .microsoft.com. Visual Studio has a lot of different things that you can install. You can install the IDE, Visual Studio Code, and other stuff that we don't want to go into. So basically Visual Studio Code is lighter than Visual Studio IDE, but as you can see, spoiler alert, I use the full IDE because I really like it. So I'm gonna go download for Windows in the visualstudio.microsoft.com website, and for free we can download the Community 2017. We have Get Started, Build Now, Collaborate Now, but it will be downloading by itself. And as you can see, I have many copies of this because I install this every time I have to make one of these sessions. You just run it. It will check out online some things, be downloading a few things. It doesn't take too long, and as you can see, it just was almost instant in my computer. So it should be almost instant for you too. Probably a minute, maybe 2 minutes. It depends on whether you have ever installed Visual Studio previously. Now, Visual Studio has this part, if you already have it installed, it shows you your installation, it shows you the update and all these things that you can see here, but I don't want to update right now, so I'm going to cancel that, and I'm going to go to More, Modify, so that I can show you the screen that you get when you're actually just installing for the first time. This is what you get. You get this screen with installation details, workloads, and many other things. I would recommend that you guys choose whatever you need and don't over choose here because there's a big menu. So I would definitely recommend you get .NET and universal Windows platform, whether you like it, work on it or not, because it will give you the libraries that you might or might not need. And you may be tempted to go here and pick game development with Unity, but you should not actually pick this up. You go to individual components, and we go ahead and let's search for the game part, games and graphics, and you have to pick Visual Studio Tools for Unity. Why? Basically, Unity 2018.1 is last year's version, or early this year, and you want to be up to speed with the updates, bug fixes, and all that. So I would recommend that you get the latest Unity version, which is 2018.2.11 at the time of making this video. So you choose all of this, you hit modify, and you will get all the stuff you need for your Visual Studio, and it will be already set up. You probably should restart your computer after installing both of these tools, and as soon as you have that, you will be able to continue following up with this tutorial. I deeply recommend that you get Visual Studio and Visual Studio Tools for Unity. If you get both of them, then you will be able to use the debugger and use a bunch of the tools that Unity will give you for free and very easily to use. So that was basically it for session 1.3. We just were confirming that everyone had Unity and Visual Studio installed. So we're gonna go ahead and stop this session now, and then I'll come back with session 2, the intro for session 2, which is canvas, cameras, and base elements. So thank you for watching, guys. I will be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to Best Practices for Building UI in Unity. This is session 2's intro. This session 2 is going to be about canvas, cameras, and base elements. So this session is going to be focusing on canvases, how to make them flexible for screen sizes, make your game able to be displayed in multiple screens. The basic elements of user interface. Coding will be included with some coding will be included with each session to show examples of what's possible with each element. So basically, a canvas, we can see here our this camera for the game is showing the two kids, the fish, and the background. Basically, that is our camera, and our canvas for this game is showing everything else. So friendly, this little button, the numbers here, the live commentary. All of this is user interface. Well, this is camera rendered versus the user interface. We're going to be talking about what should be on a canvas, what shouldn't be, how to, this is for session 2.1, what should be on a camera, what shouldn't be, how to set them up correctly for mobile, for PC, for different resolutions, how to test in Unity for different resolutions. That's also important. That is all going to be in session 2.1. Then in session 2.2, we're going to be analyzing the text and image elements. So basically, the text element is an element that just contains text, but it has some tricks to stop it from being anti-aliased. The smaller that it is, it's easier for it to be messed up, and there's so many important things that we have to be checking out about the text element. Also, the image element is important because all of these things are images. The background and the borders and this little camera are images. And as an artist, if you're an artist watching this, you need to know what resolution to use, and your developer needs to know how to apply your graphic into this to make it look very nice. And if it's pixel perfect, even more important, because if you have an image that is a sprite, that is 15 pixels tall by 45 pixels wide, for example, and your developer implemented as 20 by 40 instead of 15 by 45, then your work will be ruined. Practically, your images that you took so much effort in making will not look the way that you wanted to make them. So this is important. This whole guide is going to help with that. Then in session 2.3, we're going to be talking about the buttons. This camera is, of course, a button to take a screenshot. So we're going to be talking about how to create a button, how to spawn a button, how to initialize a button to make them, and how to give them functionality, how to make the button smart and not just give them the base functionality that you can give them through the Unity editor. It's also safer to use code for functionality instead of the Unity editor, because the editor can break, there can be updates, but your code remains. So you must know that. And in session 2.4, we're going to be talking about the other base element in the Unity UI suite. Basically, we're going to be talking about input fields. So input fields, they are, so this is session 2.4. Of course, input fields are where your user or your player can write down any amount of words, letters, name for a player, or numbers for any sort of setup that you need. And yeah, your input fields will be doing that. We're going to be learning how to create input fields, how to place them on the screen, how to generate them as they're required, how to absorb information from them, how to configure them for each type of requirement that you may have in your game. The input fields always look nicer. They look very good, very nice if they're well combined. We'll need to check out this screenshot. Does it have any? No. So usually you use input fields like they used in Diablo 3 login screen, which I deleted, but it's that Diablo 3 login screen is just basically a couple input fields where you input a name and a password, and like it doesn't have much science to it. But if you've never made one of these input fields, you will of course not know how to like turn the login button up, to how to activate this, if this is full or not, how to remember your account. Well, this is for later, but the point is that these two input fields are important. They have science to them. They have some thought put into them, and of course it's good to know how to set them up. So that's why our session 2.4 is going to be about input fields and how to set them up. So thank you for watching, guys. I will be back in a few minutes with session 2.1, canvas and cameras, how to set them up, how to configure them, how to test them, how to make them smart. And of course there's a lot of issues to go through, so I hope this is good for you guys, and I'll be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to Best Practices for Building UI in Unity. We will, this is session 2.1, Canvas and Cameras. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a new project for this few tests and all the code that we want to be writing. Of course we need a bunch of code and a bunch of organizations, so we have to create a new project. Don't mind that my Unity is 2018.2.8. This tutorial will be relevant for a long time, so let's just do UI tutorial project. It doesn't matter if your game is 3D or 2D, but I'm gonna set it to 2D because why not? And then you can add asset packages, and I will later, maybe I'll add Scene Machine, but I will not add it from here, so you guys can see the whole process. So I'm gonna create a project. Basically, Unity has to gather all the packages. Unity has to be ready for your project to be created, so we have to wait a little bit for it to open. It imports small assets. So what that means, even if you haven't added any assets, Unity has some basic assets that help you prototype many things. Also, one of the things that I could be doing on this, depending on how long it takes, is finding the right amount of assets, maybe one asset pack or something. We'll see. This is gonna be an interesting session, honestly. Canvases are very tricky, and so please hold on, and let's go ahead and build this together. So we can see that Unity is set up. It has configured its base screen. So if you have never used Unity, let me quickly show you around. On this left side we have the hierarchy, which is all the objects that are on our game right now, which is nothing. Bottom is all our project. Console is where the errors or the logs are for our game. Animator and animation we'll probably not be using, so I could close them, but it doesn't matter. Then we have the scene view, we have the game view, the asset store, You can open this in window. So if you don't see any of these things in your screen, you go to window and you check them out. Usually for asset store, it's general asset store, scene, game, inspector. The inspector is this right thing where if you click on anything, it will give you more information about the elements, the resources, the components that are in your object. So let's talk about canvases first. So basically, a canvas is this element that will adjust itself, if you set it to adjust itself, to the screen size, and it's the element responsible of showing user interface. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to right click on the scene view, and I'm going to go to UI, and I'm going to create a canvas. So this is a canvas. You can see that it's a big rectangle, so this is supposed to symbolize your screen size, and your camera is the screen view, so it's different, it's way different. So what makes it different? So I'm going to show you here. We can see to the right we have the rect transform, which means rect transform is just basically the way that the UI transforms attract, not the way a normal transform is. This depend on width of the screen, height of the screen, and such things. So the position is whatever, and we have the anchors, and this is all fine, but then we go to the canvas element, which is where I wanted to get to. The canvas element has a render mode, pixel perfect, sort order, and other stuff. So sort order is if you have many canvases in the same spot, then you can sort them one on top of the other. But render mode screen space overlay means that this is going to be overlaid on the screen on the display that you choose. So if you have more than one display, you can have more than one canvas, and they will go to the different displays in your game. But I want to try something else. So we have screen space camera. If I do screen space camera and I add my main camera to the inspector like this, we can see that our canvas reduced in size to be the same size as our camera, which is pretty interesting. As you can see that it also changes the grid to not exist when I double click it because of the distance, which is again very interesting. What I did with that is I assured that this user interface is going to be appearing only for this camera. So I have multiple cameras with different sort of showing I want to show a skybox. Wait, yeah, with different sort of showing places in our screen, then this canvas is only going to apply to that. Now I'll show you in a second how to work with that. So then we have world space, and the way world space works is that this canvas is actually an actual object that you can place in the world. But I don't like that usually, so I just do screen space overlay. Is the simplest one, the best one to work with. The other thing that we're going to be considering for canvases is the canvas scaler. So basically the canvas scaler, it has 3 settings, and we're going to be checking out the settings, how they work, but 2 of those settings are like almost useless unless your game is defined to work only on one device, only on one type of phone, only on one computer, and this computer or phone is always going to have the exact same resolution all the time, which is not common. So in reality, this is constant. That I explained is constant pixel size, which means it's always going to be 1080p, which is not true. You can also set it to be way smaller, but I'm going to show you in a sec. I'm going to be creating a button, turning it very large. How did I do it? You right click on canvas, you go to UI, and you create a button over here. So I created a button, I hit R, and then you click on the little white square and you make it way bigger. What I want to do is I'm going to duplicate this by hitting Control and D while I have it selected, and I'm going to be moving it up, and I'm going to Control D this, and I'm going to move it down. Now we have 3 buttons. So what happens if my resolution changes? I'm going to go to game. This is, so as you can see, I have my resolution set to 1080p. I'm gonna change it to 400. Look at what happened. It gets completely ruined. It only works on 1080p. Even if I switch to well, that's not that bad. Yeah, of course, this is well, I guess not that bad because of the implications that it's bigger, but when it gets smaller or changes indirectly, it's a little weirder. So to avoid having such troubles, you have to set your canvas scaler to auto adjust. But before that, I'm going to talk about the bad one. So constant physical size, it depends on DPI, inches, centimeters, or pica. I don't even know what picas means, but the point is that you have screen DPI, result, default sprite DPI, reference pixels per unit, and you have to be checking out screen sizes. This is probably useful if you're going to be aiming toward like iPad 5 or whatever the number of the current iPad is at the time of your release of your game. So you basically, what you're doing is you are making sure that for that device everything looks perfect. But that means that in other devices it might not be that perfect. So then again, for actually doing this right, you have to click on it and do scale with screen size. You click on this and you will get, of course, my screen messed up. So I'm gonna change my base resolution to be 1080p. As you can see, this got restored because this is my actual resolution. You can set match, width, or height. So if your game's resolution, your device resolution is gonna mostly change vertically, of course you have to do match height. And if it's gonna move horizontally, you have to match width. But usually you have to do right in the middle. At 0.5, you have a balance of this. Pixels per unit, it all depends on your artist or your art. So if you want to have, for example, each Unity unit to be 1 pixel, you will do 1. If you want each Unity unit to be 2 pixels, then you would do, of course, 0.5, I guess, or 2. But pixels per unit, if you want 100 pixels to fit into 1 Unity unit, then you do 100. And as you can see, my main camera, what I mean with Unity units is this position. So if I hit 1 here, my camera just moved 100 pixels to the right, because I have my Unity units set up to be 100 pixels per unit. So again, if I hit this 1, it will mean that my camera moved 100 pixels up. And this is useful when your art is pixel perfect, because you want everything to be pixel perfect, and you need your DPI, I mean your PPU, which is your pixels per unit, to be the right number. I've been dealing with that actually recently in Natural Power Games. We're making a game for a client who wants pixel perfection, so we've been dealing with tons of adjustments in the pixel level, and Unity is capable of pixel level adjustments. So now that we have this canvas set up, I'm gonna go and show you. We're gonna go here. I'm gonna change my display to be different, and as you can see, it changed the size correctly. Well, this is, yeah, they all work just fine. I think vertical is gonna mess up. No, it didn't. Like, it's still in a place that seems to make full sense. So you see that the canvas adjusts itself when you set up the canvas scaler correctly. It is very recommended that whenever you set this canvas scaler, you are sure that this happens on the start before you set anything up. If you have all your screens set up and then you change the canvas scaler, you're gonna be in for a really bad time, because you're gonna be having to readjust everything, just everything. So if I change this to be 800, you'll see that it messes up, but I know that this is already 1920 by 1080, which is 1080p, so it works. It works just fine. And again, I'm changing from like horizontal 1080p to vertical 1080p, and it still looks just fine. And these buttons don't have any functionality, so if I hit play, I can just click on them and nothing happens. And if I change during gameplay, it still modifies itself correctly. It looks just fine. So that is the way that canvases work. And the other thing that I want to talk about is the fact that I'm gonna create a new folder called scripts. The fact that multiple displays is not actually, I'm gonna call this canvas and cameras. So multiple displays is not active by default in Unity. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that they are activated. So on any script on your game, I'm just using this canvas and camera script as an example. We will go ahead and check private void awake display that displays. We have to activate them. So basically you have to say if display that displays that length is more than one, then you activate every single next display. I'm gonna assume there's only one extra display other than my main screen, but if they would this what I'm doing here is saying, so my main screen is 0 and that's always active, of course. So I'm saying here is displays in your display array Unity, please activate the second one, and this will activate the next display for Unity to post graphics data there. Not all games require this, but there's many people who do like having multiple displays in the games, 2, 3, 4, depending on what you want to do. Maybe it's not a game, if it's more an application, and that is completely okay, that is fine. If you wanted to activate more than one display, what you would do is instead of doing this, I will not even check. You can do a private void activate all displays, and you can say for int I is 0, int is lesser than length, basically display that displays that length, and this is followed by I++. Then we will say display that displays and I that activate. So we activate our display, and of course we run this on awake because we want our game to be having all their displays active as the game starts. As you can see, it's not that complicated to have this sort of display thing set up for Unity. And it's also quite interesting because sometimes you need more than one display in your game. So just, you know, it's cool to be able to control it within Unity. The other thing about Canvas is that the Canvas can contain a graphic raycaster. You can turn it off and on, but of course it should be on, because it will be it's the thing that lets you click everywhere. And if you need to shoot a ray or detect items on your user interface that are not normally detectable, then the graphic raycaster is the one that will help you do that. Of course, along the way on this tutorial series, we'll be working more and more with the canvas. It's like a snowball, but it's good that we set up you know, this little small intro to canvas, and now we're going to talk about camera too. So the way the camera works, it reads graphics data from an area. As you can see here, the area is well defined, but there's nothing on this, so I should add something to our our screen. So what we're gonna do is gonna go to the asset store, and I'm gonna go to my account, where is it, my assets here. So I have a lot of assets. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna load one very simple and free set of assets, and it's gonna be the simple UI. I'm gonna go ahead and show you. You just have to search for simple UI, and it gives you a lot of stuff. So I'm just gonna import it. It decompresses. The way is that you go to asset store, you search for it here in the all assets, simple UI, download it and import it. It's free. The creator is a very kind guy who just gives us all this stuff for free. But then we can import all of this simple UI graphics. There's a lot of graphics, so I'm just gonna import them because I'm sure some of them will be useful. There's button graphics, there's wood, meat, and all this stuff that we will want to have in our game. And I think I do have time for this. I want to make a minimap to show you guys how a minimap works. So loading all these icons, all these graphics. Okay, so we go to the scene view and we see that we have the simple UI here. The scene view is empty. Our game camera is not looking at anything. So I'm gonna go to resource icons and I'm gonna bring out a gem. I'm gonna reduce the size to half by going to the scale on the right, and we do 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, and we check our main camera and see if it's visible, and it is visible. Because the position is 0 and the camera can see towards 0. If we hit this 2D button, we will see that our camera can look all the way forward from here to there, and our object is right in the middle of those 2 points. Your camera goes all the way back there. If we place our camera closer like this, it would, if you can see the camera preview on this side, you will be able to notice that at some point it disappears because it's too close. So we just have to move our camera to -10, which is where it likes to start whenever you start your game. And we can see the camera preview shows us what we need to see, which is this gem. I'm going to go to the canvas though, and I'm going to add this graphics to one of the buttons, this coin, just without spoiling much. I'm going to do set native size, nope, surf aspect. I'm going to go back actually because it's too large. So I'm going to hit preserve aspect. And when I hit play, you will see that there's almost no difference between UI objects. This is my button and this is my gem. Well, the button's collision is way larger than the graphic, so that's why I can click it this far. But the gem is just a graphic and this is just a graphic. This is because the design of the graphic makes them look like that. So this gem looks like a UI object because it's designed to look like it. So main camera, let's go back to the camera. So you could be tempted to increase your camera size by increasing the scale because that's what you do with most Unity objects. So as you can see, this doesn't do anything. So the camera size is defined by the projection and the camera size. We have to increase the size here to increase our viewport or the size of what the camera sees is way larger or way smaller. So I'm going to be setting it to 8 so it looks like the gem doesn't look overwhelmingly large. I'm going to be moving this over here, and that's one of the options that camera set has. So you can also do perspective. Perspective is mostly for 3D games, and if you have a 2.5D game, you might need perspective, but it all depends on your setup. Then we have the clipping planes. The clipping planes is what I mentioned before. If the camera is too close, then it cannot see some objects. But let me move it forward up to wherever it cannot see the object anymore. It's too close, but if I remove the clipping planes, it will be able to see it. It's not recommended you do that. Unity has a safety feature for not looking at objects who are way too close to the camera. So we want to keep that sort of safety pin that Unity has right there. So yeah, far, you know, of course, is too far. I said that the camera goes all the way there, so if I remove this, if I place it on 10, you see that this went very close because it depends on how far I want my camera to be able to look. And I would recommend that it starts on 1000. 1000 is way too far. I would recommend that you just put in 100, which is 1/10. It doesn't seem like it's too different, but it is. So that is the near, far, and clipping plane. So let's go ahead and check the viewport rect. So what the viewport rect, I'm just giving you like the inside info. Most tutorials don't even talk about this. The way the viewport rect works is it shows you the camera wherever you set it to be in the viewport rect. As you can see, my camera here is visible, completely visible anywhere. I'm gonna turn off the canvas just to show you. But if I change the viewport rect, it will change where the camera is shown. This is the width, this is the height, this is the X, and this is the Y. So when I change the width and the height to be 0.5 and 0.5, you can see that I now have 1/4 of the screen covered by this camera. And if I change the X to be, let's say 0.5, I will be on the right side, 0.5 will be on the top right. Since this is the size of this camera is half of the screen wide and half of the screen tall, it's 1/4 of the screen. If I set it to be in 0, it's on the left, and it will be moving slowly to the right depending on how much I set up my X value to be. And so anyone could ask, why is this useful? So I'm going to set this back up to 1:1. So why is this useful? Why do I have the option to set a camera to be smaller and like the player can't see anything else? Well, that has a very, very interesting answer. Also, by the way, if you guys have any questions, please ask. And interacting and helping you guys is what I'm here for. Live video is all about help. So the way that this would work, I don't know if you remember this, but I'll show you right now. In Mario Kart 64, or I guess most Mario Karts, or most multiplayer games, I'm gonna open up my trusty. In most multiplayer games, and we're talking about cameras because cameras are a very important part of your game. So in most multiplayer games, you have this sort of situation. Well, in couch multiplayer, you have 4 screens, you have UI data everywhere, and you have UI data, personal UI data for each player. And as you can see, this is a combination of what we're talking about. So I'm gonna just show you how to do that screen in Mario Kart just here in Unity. So we have our main camera. I'm gonna create a few new cameras. I'm gonna create 3 new cameras. Camera is gonna be player 2 camera. I'm gonna duplicate it a few times. I'm gonna call this player 3 camera or player 3 cam. And I'm gonna call this player 4 cam. This way we'll be talking about this canvas situation. It's gonna be quite interesting, you will see. So P2, all of them are gonna be orthographic, and they're all gonna be the same size, 8. And their positions though are not gonna be exactly the same. They're gonna be, I'm gonna set this up to be, well, player 2, just gonna set it up to be over here. Player 3, I'm gonna set it up to be over here. But usually they can be exactly in the same spot. It was showing the exact same element, but I want to, differentiate. So this guy, the gem is gonna move over here. The meat is gonna be here. The metal is gonna be here, and the wood is gonna be here. And of course, as you know, all of them, I will select them with Control and Shift, with Shift and click, and I will set them up to be 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, which is half their size. And you will see that this doesn't really show everyone, it shows only one of them. So the way that I want to show all of them in a very Mario Kart fashion is you of course predict it easily. You know that my main camera is everyone's gonna have a height and a width of half a screen. All of them, all these 4 guys are gonna have a width and height of half a screen, but each one of them is gonna be placed in a different spot. So this guy is gonna be placed on top of that. This guy is gonna be on the top right, and player 4 cam is gonna be on the bottom right. And you can see that these 4 things are placed the same way as the 4 things, and that is the magic of cameras in Unity. So I'm gonna activate this canvas, and this is gonna be like, I'm gonna show you in a second what I'm gonna do. this, I'm gonna delete all these buttons. I'm just simulating the Mario Kart canvas camera situation so that you guys can see how easy it is to do this sort of thing in Unity, how fast you can set up this sort of game view in Unity. So we have player 2 cam, player 3 cam, okay. And the canvas is, I'm gonna add like 2 images. You go to UI, image, and I'm gonna make a very thin black line right in the middle of the canvas. A very thin, whoops, black line, thinner. And since this canvas is overlaid on top of everything in the game, it will be shown, there you go, it will be shown, I don't want to, there, a little thick, there you go. And now I just copy this and I'm gonna shift the rotation 90 degrees, and then I'm gonna make it way wider, taller, whatever. It's just a test, so don't mind the weird stuff. There you go. So now they're divided in 4 parts, and that is again the magic of cameras in Unity. The one more thing that I can do, that I will do, is I'm gonna create a few more canvases, and each canvas is gonna have a text identifying it. So I'm just gonna, you just create, right click, UI text. This is a base element. We're gonna be talking in depth about texts just a little in the future. Again, this is like a teaser for you guys to understand why I'm doing this. So I'm gonna do P1, and this is the player 1 canvas. I'm gonna, oh, I can't move it, it's so hard. There you go. And you can see that this text is too small, so I'm just gonna make it way larger here in the font size part. So P1, the top right of the canvas, and I'm gonna change this canvas to be camera space, and it's gonna be my main camera for this canvas. So we go back to the canvas, and you can see that the text is like all the way out there. So I just place it here, and I'm gonna create a few more of these, one for each player, and this is gonna be P2 cam, this is gonna be P3 cam, and this one's going to be P4 cam. I'll change the texts to reflect the actual players that I want to show. And now we go to the game, and we see that it's very similar to the Mario Kart situation, where you have player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. Each one has their own cameras, each one has their own data. Same situation here, each player has their own data, their own camera. So Unity allows you to have multiple cameras, multiple displays, multiple canvases to show user interface, and they all draw on their own space without disrupting the other, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing that you can do in Unity. So the other interesting thing about this setup is that these objects are individual, but they also exist within the same space. So what do I mean by this? So basically, if you see this scene with Mario Kart, you can see that all the characters are lined up, and you can see that this guy is this guy, this Toad is over here, and this Luigi, I have no clue what Luigi is. I think this is behind Toad, right? Yeah, this is a very weird scenario where they don't seem to be the same screen. But yeah, I don't know who designed this, but they're right. Also, there's a guy running here. I don't know what this is, but the point is that you can see all the other characters in your screen. Oh, this guy is this guy over here. I don't know what this is. Okay, so the point is that you can see the other objects in the same camera. Why? Well, simply because these objects can be in the same space, but our cameras don't have to be aiming at the same spot. So I'm gonna move them. They're gonna all be aligned, well, sort of aligned, just placed next to each other over here. And then I will move the cameras to be in the exact same positions as the objects, like looking at them from behind. So we can see that this object, I'm gonna set it to be in 7, and wood is player 4. So I'm gonna grab the the camera number 4, set it to be in 7 0. Then we check out the iron, which is player 2. Player 2 is in 3.50, so I'm gonna grab the camera number 2 and set it to be in 3.50. And then we have player 3, which is the piece of meat, I think. So the piece of meat is at minus 3.5, and I'm gonna set the P2 camera to be at minus 3.5, 0, and I think I'm missing one. I don't know what went on with this. What? Food 3.5, 3.5. I think this guy should be in 3.50. And now we have each of the cameras. I'm gonna turn off the gizmos. So basically in Unity, if you click on this, you can see all the lines and stuff. It helps sometimes, not in this precise scenario, it doesn't. So we have all the objects next to each other, but each camera is focused on one object. Each one of them has one object they're looking at, and this is like really important for games who are couch multiplayer, or, which I'm going to go for that in a second, games with a minimap. So let's go with Mario Kart again. I don't see the minimap here. Okay, so we're gonna check it out with this screenshot instead of that one. I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna open this. So we have a minimap right in the middle. So the way Mario Kart does this is it has some way to detect where the players are on relative to everyone else in this map, and then they draw a special type of graphics. So we'll have special types of graphics or anything like that, but what we'll show is how to place. We can place a camera right here on top of all the others. So we'll go to the scene, and one of the ways we can do this is just go to the overlaid canvas and grab a new image, UI image, and we place it here in the middle, right here, and I'm gonna make it a little transparent like so, and of course make it a little larger, just like this. And when we go to the game, we can see that it, oh well, the player 4 stuff is not in the right spot. I don't like it there. I'll place it over here. Where's my canvas? Probably this. So P3 should also be moved, right? P3 moved over here. Here. And then P2, I'm gonna move it. Yeah, so basically Unity lets you do all these kinds of small changes. Look at this. And this took me all of 20 minutes to build, even while I was explaining everything step by step. So yeah, so even when I'm doing everything step by step and explaining it, you can see that this looks exactly the same. So you have 4 cameras with a black line dividing and a minimap on the center. You can see with this simple and very straightforward camera setup, you need to have, you are able to have this wonderful camera setup, UI setup that doesn't take time. It only takes a few clicks and some effort. So the way this works for the future is you have to understand the way to change your text to update scores, because for example I could have a score text here. In the case of Mario Kart, what they show you is the laps. I don't know where the other one went. I guess I removed it. I'm gonna click on post it here again. So in Mario Kart they show you the text for each lap. So this guy's lap 2, well, everyone's lap 2. We have the number for the place. We have the item. This guy has an item. And remember, when you grab an item, it's like just randomly choosing items. All of that data is passed in through scripts to see, to allow the player to see their, their stuff, their vision, their required data that they need to know. and it's passed in very simply. And again, even this line is very simple. You just grab a percent, as an estimated percent of overlap, where your player is supposed to be, and you know, put the little portrait moving from left to right. But this is a little advanced. It's not that hard, but it's a little advanced because it requires coding and it requires what I like to call a container. But back to canvas and cameras, you can see that this is a very simple and easy setup. But I still have a little more time, so I'm going to be showing you one more thing. The one more thing that I'm going to show you, I'm going to go to the asset store and I'm going to search for Cinemachine. Cinemachine. Unity has been buying different amazing assets that have been on the Play Store for a while, and Cinemachine is one of them. So, on the Play Store, not the Play Store, sorry, the asset store. So, this one over here, the Cinemachine asset, it's free, and oh, it doesn't, it says it's not there. So analytics, in-app purchasing, package manager. Let me see how I do this. Options, asset management, package manager. So I'm gonna click on the package manager and I'm gonna hit all and see what we can know. Okay, so basically they removed the let me see if I find Cinemachine here, pixel perfect, sprite shape, ads, analytics, Cinemachine. So basically they removed Cinemachine from the asset store to place it inside of this thing of our friend, the new package manager for Unity. So, well, you're getting a lot of stuff in this tutorial series. Unity changed the way they handle assets by doing the package manager. They bought a bunch of packages from people on the asset store and they placed it all together in this place called the package manager. So you go to Window Package Manager and you will see all of the stuff that you can get. So basically, in your project, when you start, you already have the ads library, the analytics, the in-app purchasing, the, of course, package manager UI, which is what we're using, and Text Mesh Pro, which we're not going to be talking about right now. But and also you can see all this beautiful stuff that we'll not be using right now, but you know. Then we go to all, and you can see all this menu of free things that Unity allows you to install. You can install vector graphics, you can install mixed reality, Xiaomi SDK, mathematics, which I have no idea what it does actually, makes no sense, jobs, Oculus, etc. But the one that we care about is Cinemachine. So we click on Cinemachine, we click on install, and it's installing the project, the project files for Cinemachine. It will not take long, I'm sure. Let's wait a little bit. It's importing. com.unity Cinemachine. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so it is installing the package and loading it. Again, your Unity comes with this pre-installed for free. You have Cinemachine installed. I want to check something out. That is weird. Okay, but it's fine. So I'm going to close this and I'm going to go to the assets. Well, actually, we have the Cinemachine here. So Cinemachine has a lot of functionality, a lot of options. Cinemachine allows you to do a lot of things, very smart and interesting things with your camera. So the first thing that you need to do with Cinemachine is right-click, go to your camera, and I think you have to add a camera brain. Yeah, the Cinemachine brain, you add it to your main camera. And the Cinemachine brain, what it does is it allows you to set up different things that you can improve in your cameras for coffee. Gracias. Sorry, someone brought me coffee. So the Cinemachine will allow you to configure your cameras in many different ways. So basically, we have the update method, default plan. All of these things are like really advanced, but the events are not. So you can camera cut, you can camera activate, you can like make movies. People are making movies in Unity now, but for our purposes, you go to each camera. So the main camera also needs one of those. We need to add virtual camera. So I'm gonna right click. I think it's somewhere around maybe Scene Machine, create virtual camera, free look, blend list. You can have a lot of different types of cameras. What I want is a virtual camera. In this virtual camera, you can set up many options. And this VCam, also you have to choose what camera it is. Well, not really. So just bear with me. This virtual camera, you can, where is it? Body transposer, do nothing. Okay. So this camera will allow you to make smart scenes in 2D and 3D games. And it depends on what you want to do. So you can follow or look at, and in this case, I want to follow with this virtual camera. I want to follow my food, which is that player one? I don't remember, but maybe it is. So I want to follow this and I want to look at this, and that's my player one camera. The player two camera will do something different, but for now this is fine. So body, hard lock to target, and aim, hard look at the target. And you can add noise, which is like vibration. You have to shake, 6D shake. You can add handheld, extreme, mild, strong, whatever. You can add many things. You can change the random seed. You can add extensions, colliders, follow zoom, bunch of things, like many things with your Scene Machine virtual camera. So you can see that our camera went real mad, and it's not even looking at our. You can see that our main camera is grabbing the. Look at this! It's going crazy. So what's happening is my hard look at and all that stuff, yeah, the camera is positioned on the same point at which it's trying to look. So you cannot, of course, do that kind of thing. Oh, it's because it's positioned with the main camera. So oh, of course. Okay, so what's happening is I had hard lock to target. You can do track dolly, which is like having literally a track for your camera to follow, for like Mario type of camera. So I'm not going to be camera's position same, but yeah, of course. So I move this back. I can't move this back. Come on. There. So now I can see the things. I'm gonna hit play, and since this is 2D, I'm gonna check out, yeah. So you can see that the camera is actually rendering without moving, so it looks like 3D. So you can create very interesting effects with this type of camera. Framing transposer, what it does is it places some sort of lines. You can see the lines here. I'm gonna hit play. And you can see that it behaves weird, but you know, it's a matter of changing settings because this is made mostly for 3D. You just have to be clicking and checking, and your Scene Machine camera can and will look pretty interesting, honestly. Let me check track dolly. I want to show you how to make a track. So the way that you make a track, you right click here, and or rather go to Scene Machine. I'm sorry, I always forget. Maybe if I create a 2D camera, I don't know what the difference is, but whatever. Yeah, if you're gonna create a 2D camera, I'm gonna assume that this is the right way to do it. So I'm gonna click on dolly, track dolly, path. I don't have a path, so I have to create a path. So UI, 3D object, path, dolly camera with track, dolly track with cart. So this is my track. I'm gonna add it to my thing, and you will see that if I click on my track, I can click on the waypoints. I can add a waypoint. It's right here, and I'm gonna add another one. And this guy, I'm gonna extend it to here, and then I'm gonna click again, and I'm gonna move this guy up. So basically what the camera will do is it's gonna move, enabled. Let's see if it moves by itself. So it's gonna move around. Yeah, look, you can see that it's like vibrating and stuff, so it's weird, but it works. So the way this works is it moves your cart around, your camera around, like as if it was on a dolly cart, as if you were filming a movie. So that is the way that the cart works in Cinemachine. But you want more information, and I'm trying to just like nudge you guys, make you guys want to check Cinemachine out, because it's a great tool. And it's free in Unity, so it's a waste that you guys don't even try it. So just go ahead and find Cinemachine and add it to your project and just work with it. It has a bunch of manuals, it has a bunch of examples. You can go to, where's the example? Cinemachine example Unity package. I'm gonna actually check it out. Oh, never mind, it's not, I can't open it in the same project. But yeah, you can check the examples, see what they did, and try to organize your project and make it into something that uses the it was updated like a month ago, which is awesome. Not even a month ago, way shorter, a month. So yeah, just check out Cinemachine, try to make your Cinemachine component work with your game. And as you can see, I think this session is done. I'm gonna move this camera back to -10. This session is done, so I'm gonna do a small recap. You guys can ask me any questions if you need to, and if you don't, of course don't, but you're free to do so. It's a great moment to ask. So again, what we did during this session was I explained a bunch of things about canvases, about the scaler, about the screen space overlay, and about screen space camera. In this case, these other canvases has screen space camera, how to use them. I created this small Mario Kart simulation. So we have all the 4 races here, and our Mario Kart is simulated. We have the minimap in the middle, such as this one, and we have the black lines overlaying through all the whole game, because we have 5 canvases, one for everyone and one for each player. So that way we can show data for everyone without interrupting anyone else. So yeah, that was it for this session. Thank you for watching, guys. I appreciate it. You appreciate you guys being around, and so I'll close this session and we're gonna move on to session 2.2, text and image. I will be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to best practices for building UI in Unity. We are back with session 2.2, which is text and image. I will be explaining about the text and the image based elements of Unity user interface. So what happens with text and image is they're very delicate, because we want our text to look crisp and we want our images to look sharp and precise. So if you're an artist, you want your developer to use the image that you give them correctly, and if you are a developer, of course you want to be able to write text, to change your images, and do all these things very easily and very comfortably. So I'm going to go ahead to my scripts, and I'm going to create a script called change text. And I'm also going to create a new script called change image. Whenever Unity finishes processing, lets me do that. Change image. I'm going to be adding those two. I'm going to create a game manager. So I'm going to right click here. I'm going to create an empty game object. I'm going to call this guy game manager. Although it probably will not have an actual game manager script. I just have to add these things here. So I'm going to talk about the elements themselves. The first thing I want to talk about is text. So I'm going to go actually back to this guy, the big canvas, and I'm going to create a UI text, and I'm going to move my text out of here, and we go down very close to our text, and we can see that this text is very blurry, very blurry, and that's not something that anyone would like in their game, having a blurry text. So one important thing to note is that this is using the base Arial font that Unity has within it. So you can't even change the settings on it. So basically you have to, it's recommendable that you don't use the base one, you choose any other like this. It's still blurry. So I'm gonna click on the text, on the font, and on the right side we can see different things. So font size, rendering mode, character, and other stuff. So most of these things I have no idea what they mean. So the rendering mode though I do know, and it's called smooth. This is the one that's very filtered. So I want less filtered text. I'm gonna hit apply here, and it didn't change much. So I'm gonna go to hinted raster, and you see that it changes a lot. So this one is very blurry, and this one is more precise. You can see how it wraps around the letter way better, instead of this blurry mess that we get on this one. This one's way too smoothed, so this one looks better. So let's check out how OS default looks. It's also blurred. So this is our hinted raster rendering mode. It's very important to have the right rendering mode for your text. I changed the font size to 18 because I don't know, I like 18. The other thing that you can do to make your text looks better is go to your color and immediately change it to black. That makes it look way better. And the other thing is increase the font size. Of course, it will make your text look way less blurry. But as you can see here, the number 24 is way different from the 25, and the pair numbers 22, 23, 24. Let's see, 20. So you can see if I set it to nothing, it's just gonna be setting itself to 20. So it just changes a lot depending on the text size, and that is because we chose it to not be smooth. So when it is smooth, it's very similar in all the sizes. But when it is not, you will notice very deep differences in your text. So what we're coming down to here is you need to have large text, and font size 25, if you look at it from this perspective, it is not large. It really is not large. So the first recommendation is go to your thing and change the rendering mode to be whatever you want it to be, and just pay attention to the way that it changes very close up to your text, to your letters. You have to be paying very good attention to this, the way the letters work, because if I'm gonna be doing numbers, 35 coins served, I'm gonna increase the size of this. So we can see the text looks fine, and it's only size 25. The larger that you can make it, the better. So if you make text that is number 12, 15, look, it doesn't look that good. But if we go up to 25, it looks way better. So recommendation, don't do small text. And in no game you will do small text. If we go back to our examples, we have, look at this Magikarp jump game. This is at least size 30 or 40, and this is also very large. Even in Mario Kart, do I have text? Yeah, the lap, it's a little blurry, but this is of course Nintendo 64, so it has to be blurry. This text is who knows what size, maybe 25 to looks large. Numbers are of course maybe size 15. And in this example, everything is also very large. All of the text, like the smallest one is this time text, and it does look blurry, but it's maybe material of the screenshot, but it does look blurry. So this one trick for text in Unity that everyone uses, look at this, like it looks very pretty. We go back to the game view, it looks very, I'm gonna move it over here, it looks very pretty. But there's one trick many people use that I will tell you about, but I only use it if you really need to. So basically, when you go to your text, go ahead and on this overflow part over here, it says horizontal overflow and vertical overflow. You're gonna click on overflow and overflow for both, and then you make your text size way large, way large. You can see that again, it's 83. Actually, it doesn't look that large in comparison to what it could look like. And then what you do is you make your scale for your text smaller. So like this, you hit R or this button, the scale tool, and you go to the middle and you click on it and you drag down or left, and you see how it's going to go way smaller. And again, you can check how smooth and precise this looks. It's because it's a very large text just rendered way smaller, and it looks just way better. So compare that to 30 size. Even though it looks good, it doesn't look that good. So many people do that kind of thing. I don't recommend that, because when you are going to organize your text, you will have to convert your numbers every single time you're gonna try to discern. So like your designer says, or you yourself say, okay, I want everything to be size 30. You would have to do some math, something like, let's say you want it to be size 25 instead of 30. So I'm gonna go ahead and do 100, which is 100, and then I'm gonna set this to be 0.25, and so for sure this letter is about size 25. But then again, one, it's not precisely size 25, it's just approximately size 25, and second, every time you set any size you will have to convert. But again, this is a good trick in a way, because look how slick the letters look compared to actual size 25. So we can see here that this is very well curved. This looks very good. I'm going to change to size 25. I'm going to move to the text. So actually, let's compare. So this is size 25. It fits from here to here. Now let's change it to be the fake 25. It will be 0.25. Move it over here. So yeah, as you can see, it fits almost all the way to the second one. Yeah, it's about the same size. But yeah, so that is one trick that you can use to have your texts be very efficient for your I guess visually efficient. And I'm going to go ahead and change and show you how to change text. So we're gonna go ahead and you have to, the first thing you need to do whenever you're gonna script for text is you're gonna do using Unity Engine .ui, and here I'm gonna set a public text, and this is a public variable that will appear on our inspector, and we can assign a text value to it. So I'm gonna show you how to do that. We're gonna have it here on the inspector. Wait a little bit until it appears, and then we drag the text and drop it here. And we can change this text on runtime. So I'm gonna, on start, I'm going to be changing this text by doing change text. And well, the name of the function, let's change text to test. So here, no. I want to create a method, and then we do text equals whatever we want. So I'm gonna just do whatever we want. This way, on start, our text will change to literally whatever we want. So whatever we want is correct. That is what we want it to be. It is literally whatever we want. And there's This way you can have texts that are not preset. So there's a bad practice in Unity developing where everything that you hit, you see that this says P4, so you depend on the same P4. But what if at some point you forget to change this to the correct value? So you will not know, you will not be sure of what this says on runtime. So you have to be sure also for localization. So if you have player 4 and then you want to localize to Spanish, you will have to change the text, or Chinese, or whatever language. You will have to change the text on runtime. So it's good that you identify your text correctly and then you change it correctly. The other way that you can do this is by using an array of texts. Basically, with an array of texts, you can have it like this. So I'm gonna change the name of this to be player texts. And of course, this doesn't work anymore. The code has to change. But what you can do is a for each text in player texts. We can change the text to be whatever they may be. If they're all the same, then it's easier. For example, if it was text.text equals item, then this works. So you have all the texts have the same word. But this really doesn't work because I will need to know the ID of the text on the array to be able to numerify what sort of, let's do it with a 4, like a P1, P2, P3, P4. I need to know the ID of the text to change the actual text with, brains. So I'm going to do a for int equals 0 int, for int I equals 0, I'm sorry. I is less than player texts that length, and then I++, of course. Okay, with this, then what I will do is I will do player texts I text. I'm gonna do a string.format player 0. We pass in the 0, and the 0 will be I plus 1. This should be fine. So what we're doing here is we're setting each text to be the number that is currently the value of I plus 1, because if we have 0, then it's going to be player 1. If we have 1, it's going to be player 2, and so on and so forth. So gonna go ahead and assign these texts. Also, the one thing is that you have to be smart. You have to assign the texts correctly. We're gonna go to our game manager guy, has the player texts here. I'm gonna drag and drop my 4 texts. So this is player 1, this is player 2. I know this because I made this. So the mistake that I'm committing here as a Unity developer is I'm not naming my stuff correctly. So this is my player 1 text, player 1 name text. Basically, in the future, I could change this to not say player 1. It could be like my name Ramon, and then every other player can input their names. So player 2 name text, player 3 name text, and player 4 name text. Same thing here. It could be player 4 canvas. It's always good to name your objects, to name your text appropriately, and that way player 1 canvas, you will maybe like yourself, you won't be lost, but the best part about this is your teammates, your co-workers, your everyone will not be lost. You will not have to communicate to them. Just go to the canvas that has a parenthesis and it says 1, that is your player 2 canvas, and they will be like, well, I'm scratching their head, why is it not just called player 2 canvas? That will make my life easier. Or you could just do something like canvas player 1, so whenever you want to search, it's easier. I just like to do it this way because you know, it's a tutorial project, but it's recommended. The other thing that we have to explore with text right now, that we will explore, is they need to have the best fit thingy activated. So what this does, it changes the size of the text depending on what it says and the space that it's given. So you can see that it goes way smaller or way bigger depending on how much text there is on the thing. So I'm gonna change everyone to be best fit. Oh. And the other thing that I want to make in this occasion is I want to center them, and I want to send them there vertically too. So that way it would always look consistent in some sort of way, I suppose. So I'm gonna hit play and see how the names change now. You can see that it says player 1, player 2, player 3, and player 4 successfully. Like, it makes sense now. And if our players have a way to input their names and save them somewhere, which you can see in another of my tutorials, the JSON saving, the JSON player creation, and all this stuff, you can set the names of the UI to be whatever the players want them to be. Just, you don't have to guess, you don't have to. Or maybe if we go back to Mario Kart, you have Wario, then you could say Wario, or Luigi, or Yoshi, or Toad in this case. So that way you are sure that your text is changing to what you want it to be. The other thing that you can do also, or rather the way that you can do that, is you can change the text. I'm gonna do private void change text to player name, and we have a string player name. Basically what we're doing here is, we also need the ID of the player, so int player ID, and we will do player texts with an ID of course, an index of player ID dot text equals player plus player name. This is the non-strict string format way to do it. So basically, if the player, if you have an input name screen, we were talking about input fields in 2.4. If you have an input name screen, you can change the text to player name. I'm gonna set this actually to be a public void. You can change the name of each player to be whatever they want it to be. So if you want to be called Ramon, if you want to be called Wario, if you want to be called XX420 Blaze 69XX, you can do it. Your players can name themselves whatever they want, and you pass in the ID so that you can find it here, and you pass in the player name so that you can place it over here. Of course, this has no, it has use, it's usable, but it's not functional because no one is calling it just yet. We'll do that later. So that is the way you work with texts in a simple but effective way. It's a very efficient way to work with texts. It's not hard. You just require a little organization, a little thought, put into this, like some forethought basically. You want to administer your players' texts with enough data and not too much data. So basically, names are good, and using best fit, you can make sure that they will all be consistent. You can see that I haven't changed the color, so you can just choose all the texts correctly like this. You can change the color to be black, and it looks just so much better. That gray tone that Unity gives you at the start by default, it's not good, not good at all. So definitely that is a great way to work with text. I'm gonna delete this text here. I don't like it to exist. I don't want it to exist. And that is basically for text. Remember to check out your font. Remember to be smart about fonts. I'm gonna actually be smart about fonts right now. I'm gonna add the font that I want to have. There you go. So that looks more consistent and prettier. In my opinion, at least, it looks way prettier. So now let's talk about image. So the image component is an interesting one. The image component is one that contains a lot of information, and it allows you to, interact with that information in many different ways. So the image component is, you can add it and just by right-click UI image, as I did before to showcase the whole canvas and camera stuff in the last in session 2.1. But the interesting part about image is it has many options. The first thing that you can do on code with an image, I'm gonna go ahead and open the other script. I'm gonna change image. As always, you have to do using Unity Engine.ui, and I'm gonna set up a public image array, and I'm gonna call it player item images. This is continue with the Mario Kart allegory, I guess, I don't know. So I'm gonna do a private void change image test, and I'm also going to load up a public sprite array, and I'm gonna call it just sprites. And I'm going to be setting each item image to be one of the sprites. So I'm gonna do it the simple way for each, not text test. I'm gonna be doing it the simple way without using the array for each image. I mean, I can do it several ways. For this way it works in images. Image.sprite equals, so do you see the problem here? The problem here is, since I'm trying to do it with a for each, we're not able to use the same code for both. So I'm gonna still do it with a for. I'm gonna copy my for loop from here. This, and the sprite will change to sprites. So basically what we're doing here is we're setting each player's item image to be one of the sprites through a for loop, very simple for loop. If you don't understand for loops, you may want to check up on the C# references, but it's not a hard thing to understand. You're just looping through whatever amount of images you have and assigning whatever sprite is convenient to that. Player item images is an image, and you do that sprite to assign the sprite of that image. And I'm going to show you what this looks like right now. I'm going to create 4 images, one in each of the canvases for the players. I'm going to go ahead and double click this and then go UI image, and I'm of course not gonna, I'm gonna place it right next to the name. I mean, I could do this, I guess. Okay, so this is player 1 image item image. As I mentioned before, it's important to name your stuff. So this is player 2 item image, player 3 item image 3, and then player 4, whoops, duplicate it again, move it over here, and then we load up this number over here, and then we have the 4 player images. So what is going on? We go to game manager, and this guy has the sprites and the images. So the first thing we need, of course, is the images. Image. Have to set it in order: player 2, player 3, player 4. Also, I want to move them, of course, because they're all in the same spot. So I want my player 3 item to be located here. Player 2 item to be located here. I think. No, here. Player 3 is fine, and player 4 here. Maybe? Whatever. I think that works. Let's see. Oh no, player 3 is not visible, so player 3 image is on the wrong canvas, and player 1. So this is where I'm going with this. The sizes are all over the place, completely all over the place. And what we want to do is, again, this is for the artist too. What we want to do with what we want to go with this is we want to have a middle ground where the sprite has the same size as its actual picture size, right? So one of the things that we can do is, well, I'm going to show you just how this looks in real life. I'm going to go to the game manager and add a few sprites here. I'm going to add 4 sprites, 1 for each player. So player 1 is going to have the, are there numbers on this? No. Okay, so player 1 is going to be R1, player 2 is going to be R2, player 3 is going to be R3, and player 4 doesn't have an R. So player 4 is going to be the $sign. Why not? When we hit play, this should substitute all the pictures for those pictures. It didn't, which is very interesting. So why did it not? So we go back to our game manager, check out that these are the right pictures, and they are indeed. So, oh, they didn't get changed because I never called this, of course. So I'm gonna go ahead and start, and I'm gonna do change image test to show you guys how the images do change correctly. There we go. So the pictures changed appropriately. You can see that they have all their stuff. I will be moving the images for player 4 though, because it's definitely not located where I want it. You can see that the size is off, so it's like 1.25. Why? So it's all set them to be size 111, same size. And also player 3 image, I'm gonna move it to the left. We can see I can just click on position X and drag it to the left, and like I'm dragging the position number like this, and it still works. So I'm gonna drag it over here so that it doesn't interrupt the minimap. Player 4 item image, I'm gonna drag it over there, and the height, yeah, I'm gonna see that they're the same height, I mean the same position in Y190. And then for the player 1 and player 2, the only thing that I want to do is to be sure that they're the same height, so 200, and also this is off, I'm gonna set it to 400. Same for this guy, I'm gonna set it to 200, and I want it to be minus 400 so that they're mirrored. Also this thing applies to this, minus 400, and this guy is gonna have 400, and it may look a little weird, and that's because everything's set very wrong in this part. So this guy should be, well, not you, you're fine. So I want this to be like player 1, player 2 to look like this, guys. They have it on the bottom and then the items on the top. So I'm gonna be moving the text down in this case to minus what is pay for item text, minus 200 is fine. So this, again, this is the way you build UI Unity. You want everything to look very alike, even if it's, of course, not the same spot. It's 400. You want it to look very consistent and very smartly placed. And you see that this now is way better looking, way better placed. I'm gonna hit play again and show you guys the size of everything. You see that they all look fine. But there's a problem. We don't really know. Yeah, if I hit set native size, you will see that they change the size to the actual size of the sprite. So this is a way to safeguard yourself from your artist hating you. If you're an artist, you can tell your developer, hey, just hit set native size, please. And the way you do that is you just do this, set native size. And yep, like that. You can see that my initial image object is 100 by 100, They all are. Now when I hit play, they would change themselves to be the actual graphical size, which is 128 by 128, and they all look really cool. The other thing that you can do to images is change their color. So to change the image color, what I recommend personally is having each player have a color. They can pick the color or whatever they want. I'm gonna go take change image, and I'm gonna be creating. This is something no one tells you again. So public color colors, or rather, I'm gonna call it player colors. And again, in this same thing, I'm gonna do player item images the color equals player colors, and I'm gonna do it in the the same index. So basically, we're setting everything up for each player to be their own color, and I'm gonna set them to be very close to Power Ranger colors. So I'm gonna set this to be a 4. So red, player 1. And the opacity, don't forget to set it to be max. Then blue, we can set the opacity here. The thing that you can do is right click, copy, and then paste the same color. And that way you just change it over here. So this is yellow. And you change it only wheel, pink. And you will get the 4 colors. When we hit play now, we will see that the images change colors automatically to be that player's color. Indeed, it looks amazing. And it's, again, the work of a few seconds. If you know what you're doing, and I hope you guys, after this tutorial series, you know what you're doing, you set the player colors to be really good. There's one more thing. Well, these are the item images. So I guess these guys could change graphics. I'm gonna change them to be like more itemized looking images. Coin, and this guy's gonna have this. Looks like a boost icon, and this looks like there you go, like a bucket to, like, I don't know, place some sort of oil. So this looks more like items now. Doesn't have a background. So the way you implement a background is you just create a new UI image. You make this one a child of this, and you call this background. And you have to find where the background actually is. It's not existent. So we know that this guy has to be in 400 by, but since it has a parent now, I have to make it a child of its parent. And I'm gonna move the background all the way to where this is supposed to be. And my background is gonna be white with not much alpha. And I'll do the same thing for all of them. Background. This way you can be sure this is -400 on 90, so 0, 0, -400, 190, which is actually 200. And again, the background has to be low on the alpha. So what I'm doing with this is I'm making sure that we have a background, but the background image has to be on the inspector. I'm gonna show you, this is so important. On the inspector, the background image has to be on top of the other image, because if not, the background will be on the foreground. The way that the hierarchy works for user interface, let me change 400 by 200, so move this to 400, 200. I'll show you in a second what I mean so you guys can learn. This is like very frustrating when you're starting up with images. Background. When you're starting up with images, it's very frustrating to work with them in some cases. -400, 200. Because they don't show you, like this reference form looks just so different from the normal one. I forgot to change the alpha of these two guys, so I'm just gonna change them here. So There, so everyone has their background. It's not perfect, but it's fine. Actually, I'll change the background size to just to show you guys. Okay, so we have the item image, and you can see that the item image is of course in front of the background. But if we did it the other way, so I'm gonna drag this back out, and this is the child, so you can see that this guy is in front now. So the only way you can do this is by having this, the background be the parent, so that the image is always under it. That way we're sure, for sure, that it works. And now the way that I will make the background fit the image, because I'm changing the image's size. As you know, I'm changing the image size to be the native size, so the real size. I'm just gonna create another image array, and this is gonna be background images. And I'm gonna set the background image's size to be the same size as the sprite, as the player item image. So background images i.size delta delta rect transform size delta. Okay, so basically I'm summoning the background images rect transform, which is this, and I need to set the width and height. And when you're operating with rect transforms for images and stuff like that, your width and height are called size delta. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be saying new vector2, and the size delta that I want is coming from my player item images I, which has already changed. Oh, I can just do that. Okay, so I can just equalize them like this to change the size of the beautiful background image to be exactly the same as this. I can just equalize and say that they are equal, just like this. And again, in set native size, I am changing the size of the image to be the same size as the sprite. So if the sprite is 512 by 512, you will have an image of that size. Now we have to remember to add all the background images in our game manager. This time it doesn't matter, the order doesn't matter, but I'm still gonna do it the right way. So 1, 2, the order doesn't matter because they're all gonna go cycle. They all have their one-to-one relation with the, there we go, with the player images. So we now hit play and we see that they are actually the right size. This pink color is very blinding. I can barely see my life through it. So I'm gonna do a maybe cyan color. Is that fine? Like this. So this way we can actually see instead of dying. So now we can see that each player has their item and it all looks correct and fine. I'm gonna be deactivating the minimap actually, just because it's obstructing my view and it's not useful right now. So yeah, we can see that our players have pretty nice images, set native size. But the other thing that we can do is I'm gonna actually use the minimap for this. I'm gonna call this minimap. The other thing that we can do with images, I'm gonna assign an image, a graphic to this, so that we can check it out. So the other thing that you can do with this is change the image fill mode. So each image has something that is called a fill mode, image type, filled, tiled, or sliced. So these ones don't really work too much, like you don't need them too much, but filled is for stuff like maybe a time radius, and you can be doing this. So you can fill them and empty them through code. So basically if you have a timer, you can just have a radial, let me see if I can make them in, of course I can't make a square into a circle, but you can just do that. Tick, 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 tick. We're just ticking out the timing for this with this, or you can be depleting bar like so, boop, or it can be a depleting bar vertically, or of course a filling bar. So for example, if a player is reaching the goal, you just increase it slowly in your code and it will look fine. I'm gonna showcase that just now. I'm gonna add a new image to the change image, public image minimap, and the minimap is gonna have I'm gonna create a new coroutine, private enumerator, which I cannot access enumerators because I'm not using system.collections. You need to have this if you want to have an enumerator. So enumerator, I'm gonna call it fill, or rather change image fill, and I'm gonna have a float speed, or rather a fill rate, and I'm gonna have a public float rate. So I will be changing the fill of the image by the rate that is assigned. So I'm gonna do a start coroutine and change image fill rate. And the way this will work is I will change the image fill by 0.1 every rate seconds. So I will do minimap fill amount minus 0.1f, and I'm going to be doing this every rate second. So yield return new wait for seconds rate. So as you can see, this is only going to happen once. What I'm doing here is I'm changing the fill amount. I'm reducing the fill amount of the image, of your minimap, of your health bar, of your mana bar by rate. I'm actually going to add, not reduce. I'm going to add the rate, and I mean the 0.1f. I should change it to be rate, and the weight, I'm going to set it to be 0.1f. I change it. So basically I'm changing the fill amount by the rate every 0.1 seconds, but I'm not. That's what I mean to do, but right now I'm just doing nothing. So I'm going to do a while loop. While minimap fill amount is more than 0, or minimap that fill amount is less than 1. Whoops. So while any of this is not true, any one of those is not true. So whenever it's more than 0 or less than 1, so it's between those values, I will do this stuff. So Unity usually doesn't like while loops. Like sometimes it just hates them and blows up, but we'll be checking out if it works. It should work. Okay, so we have to add the minimap to our game manager minimap and change the rate. I'm going to change it to be 0.1. So every 0.1 seconds, the fill rate is going to be 0.01. The fill rate is going to be going up by 0.01. I'm going to grab my minimap, change the mode to filled, okay, 0. I'm going to hit play and see how this works. You can see that it's increasing, slowly increasing, but it is increasing, and you can definitely tell that this would be a great mechanic for you know, that type of game. The other thing that the other thing that we can check out is, give me 1 second. The other thing that we can check out is changing the rate to be negative. I don't think that it doesn't work because it's not correctly set to do that. Minus 0.01. And I will set this fill amount to be very close to 1. That's fine. Should be fine. We hit play, and you can see that it's depleting very slowly. And this way we are depleting a mana pool, depleting a health pool, maybe some poison, some sort of thing like that. And that's the way that you do it with code. You go ahead and have a change image fill sort of function. Of course, this is a very simplified function. It doesn't have a real objective other than doing the thing that it's, you know, set out to be. So it's just changing the minimap that fill amount to be, you know, different from what it currently is. And it's doing it successfully. So usually what you want to do is you have to set up a rate and a target. So basically I can do this just to show you guys. Float target, and we will, oops, I'm gonna check out this target, or rather fill target. Okay, there we go. And we pass in our target. So if the fill amount is more than 0, but it's less than target, or rather it's more than target or less than target, well, this is fine. So we change it by rate. We're going up. So this is like healing. I'm gonna set it to 0. Whoops. Set it to 0. I'm gonna change the color to red so that it looks like health bar. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the game manager, set the target to be 0.75F or 0.75, and the rate's gonna be 0.01. And you will see that it's not gonna fill all the way up this time. It's gonna go up to a point, which is like healing potion. There you go. You can set it to be, you know, a healing potion heals you for 50 health and you have 100. It will only heal you up to half. Well, we can go to the mini map and you will see that this is interesting. Yeah, this is fine. Why is the fill amount 1 though? Oh, that's interesting. So if you reduce the health amount, it does go back up. So you have to be aware of this stuff going on. So fill amount should not keep going while fill amount is, let me see if this works. Did unit blow up? No. Okay, but that's like the point of the thing. You can see how it works. Rather, I'm gonna delete this. Oh, maybe. I should change this to be target. Maybe if I change this to be target, then it will actually make sense. So let's see how far it goes. It won't stop. Yeah, what I was doing was, if it's over 0, it will continue. So it means it will always, you know, of course, continue. So you have to set up your bar to do what you need it to do. If you want to kill the player or just lower their health or something, just don't do more than 0. So you can see 0.75 is my limit that I set on my game manager. I set to 0.75. It did not go over 0.75. So that is the way you do a fill type of health. You do a fill type of image, which works just fine. It works pretty well. So yeah, that is it for the session. I will go and do a recap. If you guys have any questions, you can ask them right now. I'm ready to answer them, but if not, I will do a small recap. So the way what we did right in this tutorial was I talked about the way text works, the way image works in Unity. I set up some images. I taught you guys how to change the text dynamically, how to change the images dynamically, how the images work, how image type field works, how to do a health potion, how to hide images, how to show images, and also text, how to do crisp text, crisp pixel perfect images, and also have backgrounds on images and all this stuff that is very important to know that will set you up for success in the Unity user interface world. So yeah, basically that's it for this session. Thank you for watching, guys. I will be right back and we will continue with session 2.3, which is button, which is a very interesting topic, to be honest. So I'll be right with you. Alright everyone, welcome back to best practices for building UI in Unity. Basically what we're going to be doing now is checking out, this is session 2.3 of course, so we're going to be checking out the way buttons work. It's going to be a little simpler than we have been going through with canvas and cameras and all that stuff. Buttons are just a little bit simpler. So basically to test a button, of course, we need to have a button. So I'm going to go ahead and in this main canvas that we have over here, I will create a UI button. So we're going to be checking out what a button is and how it works. I'm going to move it over here. I'm going to rename it test button, and now we can go. So a button, when you create it for the first time, it has two elements that actually are three elements. So the first element that we see immediately is the button element, and then we have the text element. The text is just the name of the button, and the button has a reference to this text, I think. No, I don't think so actually. The button has a reference to the image, which is the third hidden component. So we have an image here, which is a basic UI sprite for now, and that can be colored. It works as a normal image that is a regex target that we can click on because, you know, it's part of a button. That's what buttons do. But we also have the button script over here. We can visualize navigation. It doesn't do much, honestly. And the thing about this button is that we can add functionality to it. So that is the difference between normal buttons and normal images and buttons. So basically I'm gonna go ahead and hit play, show you guys that even if it doesn't have any functionality, you can still click on this button and it will just not do anything, but you can see that it's being clicked. And if you're mobile, actually, that's the magic of this button. I'm gonna make it a little larger actually to make it like more seemingly more visually impressive, or just for clicking easily. I'm gonna also increase the size of this text, change the font. So what makes it interesting is that this button is already out of the box compatible with mobile. So you can just place a button anywhere and it will work with your mobile game. And that is something that is completely completely unsubstitutable. Basically, it's something that you will always appreciate, that you don't need to do anything extra to make this button into something that you can use in your mobile games. So you can already have it in PC, test it in PC, and you're sure that it will work in mobile. And as I showed you before, because of the whole, look at this, it looks so good. So because of the whole mobile thing, you can be sure, look at this, that it messes up a little actually with the cameras. You will have to, but landscape does work correctly, which is because we're using landscape here. So basically what I'm trying to tell you is that you can use this button to do anything that you may or may not want, and you can add more images, you can add more stuff to this button very easily. So basically we have this place here that you can add on-click functionality. So I'm gonna hit plus here, and you can choose any object in your game to add to this. So I'm gonna go ahead and add the game manager, and we have the game object. We can set it to static, the layer, the name, the tag, the whatever. Even we can make any object inactive. also, so you can, you know, change the activity just by adding the functionality here. But as I mentioned before, it's better to add functionality in code for buttons. That way, if you add them in code, you are sure that your functionality is gonna be there. Whereas if you have it on click, this can go away very, very easily. So I'm gonna go ahead, and also we can check the transform. Most objects that you add to the button thing, you can you have game object and transform as the first options. Why? Simply because the button can communicate to those objects anything that you may need. So you can check if it has changed, and to parent, and look at, and like many things that you may want to do. But the most important is that you can add stuff from scripts. So you can add stuff from change text, or you can add stuff from change image. But you see that I don't actually have any function that I don't have on game object. So what we need to do to set something in here that I still don't recommend, but you know, I'm gonna go ahead and go to my game manager. I'm gonna go to change text, and I'm gonna add a new function. So in buttons, you can't pass two things into a button. You can't. It's not allowed. You have to pass in one of these, not two elements, only one variable for your button to absorb, basically. So I'm gonna create a new void, public void, and I'm gonna call it color all texts, and I'm gonna pass in a color. It could be, of course, this could be change name, change whatever you want from a text, which is basically text, or best fit, or I don't know, whatever you want to change. But I'm gonna do something unorthodox that you don't see everywhere. So I'm gonna change the text colors. So I'm gonna go ahead and click, just copy and paste this, and I'm gonna change this to be the color equals color. So the color of this text is going to be this new color. All of them are going to change to this new color. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to Unity, wait until Unity processes the whole thing, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on the game manager. Oh, not the button, actually, I'm sorry. It's the button that I'm looking for. And then change text. Oh, I still can't do that one, apparently. I thought I could, for sure, but not allowed. Okay, so color is not allowed either, so I'm gonna do change texts content, check contents, and I'm going to pass in a string content, and then we change text, the text equals content. Let's see if that works. We wait, and then we go to change text contents is there, and we do test content. I still will do the other thing that I want to do, don't worry about it. Okay, so we hit play, and we see that this will change to test content. Everything changes to test content successfully. But again, this depends on a chain of events that can be easily altered. So anyone committing to Git, or one of your friends who's coming into your computer, they click this and they do this, your button stops working, and you release your game, and no one can use this button, and hell breaks loose completely. You don't want that ever in your game. So I'm gonna remove that. And the way that that actually will do it is I'm gonna grab in this in our game manager, in our change text, I'm gonna add a public button, and I'm gonna call it, of course, button, because it's just a test button, doesn't have to have a real name. It's gonna load in here. It's gonna allow me to add this button here. So I will teach you how to add functionality to this button through code. So the first thing is I always do setup buttons as my common function to, of course, set up my buttons. We delete that, and then I will just do button has a bunch of things that you can change through code. You can change, don't even, like, these first things are not important, but you can definitely change. I'm trying to find the image. You can change the image, you can change the image color, you can change the image sprite. I'm gonna change the image color just to showcase. I'm gonna set it to be a color.red just to showcase how this works. And then this would change the image color, but you can change the image sprite. You can change anything that you need from your button. Let me just see. Nah. Okay, so we have the button image changed to red, and now I'm gonna add functionality. So button.onClick.add listener, and then we do this called a lambda expression in C#. This is something that at first will be like very alien to you. Oh, what? Now my shift key makes a sound. I don't know why. Over here it says filter keys. No. What's this? Turn on? No. No, I don't want this. Apply. That's something interesting. I just held shift for so long that Windows thought that I wanted to do something with it, but no. So lambda expressions are very alien when you start working on Unity and this sort of thing. But whenever you get used to them, you will definitely understand how they work. And we're gonna talk about it right now. So lambda expressions, what they do is they respond to an event. So this add listener responds to an event with an empty, like a void event, as if it was like this. I'm gonna F12 public void add listener call an action. So this is my lambda expression. We have this parenthesis, which means there's no return, and then this thing which is do this. Whenever this is clicked, do this. If they had a return, we would add a name here. Something different, we would add, of course, something different. But for now, this lambda expression remains empty here. You add this symbol as, which is, as you see, it says lambda expression. And then in between these curly braces, you can type in any function that you want to work with. So since I want to change my text color, I can either write down a function here for my text color changes, or write, just do something like change text colors, and I'm going to pass in color dot blue. Unity is confused. It doesn't know what this means, but you do know what you want. You want to change all your texts to be blue. In this case, Visual Studio, I've been doing this without telling you about it, just because I wanted you to be like, huh, what's he doing? And now I can explain it. You can click on the left side and say generate method. It will generate an empty method for you. It says blue now, color. And you can type in anything you need here. So I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna add it here, change the color to be equals to color. Bring it back up here because it doesn't look good down there. And now our button is gonna have this listener automatically as soon as the game starts. You don't need to set up anything in the inspector. You don't need to set up anything important in the inspector. Just the button. You have to make sure that the button is added. And if it's the trick here is, if it's not added, Unity will tell you, hey, you didn't add the button, please add it. So you're sure that it will not be a problem. Also, you can add a color. You can do like public color, test color, and you can change the color to be test color. And again, this is in case you want this, but this is just exemplifying the fact that you can do it any way you want with the Unity user interface stuff. I'm gonna change this color to be very cool blue. I'm gonna hit play. The button's gonna get the functionality from inside Unity. As you see, the image did change to red. When I click, and all the player text should change to be blue. They are blue indeed. So that is exactly what we need from a button. We can assign the functionality from within Unity. And so that way, you can initialize these buttons any way that you need. If you generate a new object and you need that button to talk to that object, you can just add a new listener to this button. And the magic about this is you can also do button.onClick that remove all listeners. So you can remove all the non-persistent listeners, which means the ones that we're creating on a script from this button. And just like that, I will do it, and you will see that this button is going to completely stop working. It doesn't do anything anymore because I removed all the listeners as soon as I created them, but I don't want that. So if you use your imagination, you can do many things with this setup. You can change the text color, you can change the text, you can change whatever. You can open a shop, like open a store, an inventory UI, many things. Any game that you play, I'm gonna check out, for example, this game. It has these buttons, and I assure you, this is a container that is instantiated. We'll be checking out containers in a future tutorial. We will definitely checking out the containers, and you will see that these buttons get their functionality not from the Unity editor, but from a script. So clicking on add is something that is made like this, not from the Unity editor. So it's very important that you understand the way that buttons work in Unity. So I'm gonna do a small recap now. If you guys have any questions, you can definitely ask. If not, well, I'll just do my recap and we can continue on to the next session. So basically we talked about buttons, the way buttons are set up, the fact that buttons have images. You can change the button image easily just by clicking on the image. It behaves exactly the way that I taught you on the last tutorial. You can change the imagery whatever you want. You can also do set native size. It will change the way the button looks. You can add functionality to buttons through here or through script. And your buttons are very flexible. You can do many things with buttons. It's very cool. It's a very nice functionality that Unity has, and also Unity allows you to use the same buttons on mobile and on PC. So buttons are really cool, really interesting things to work with in Unity. So that is it for this session, guys. I will continue on to session 2.4, which is input fields. It's going to be a really interesting session. If you guys have any questions about buttons that I didn't cover, you can definitely send me a message through Live EDU. I will completely be very glad to help you with anything you need. So thank you for watching, guys, and I will be back very soon with session 2.4. Hello everyone, welcome back to best practices for building UI in Unity. This is session 2.4, which is called input fields. We're going to be talking about input fields, how to implement them, how to drag data out of them, basically how to make them into something that we can use in our games. We have many things already set up in our game, like buttons. We have, it's not a game per se, but our little demo. So we have changing stuff, we have changing numbers, changing colors, we have filling rate, we have cameras, we have canvases, we have 5 cameras, well, 4 cameras and 5 canvases. Everything's going very smoothly in this tutorial series, and if you guys wanted to learn about Unity UI, well, you came to the right place. So let's check out the way an input field works. So I'm going to create a new input field in this user interface. I'm going to go ahead, UI, input field. I'm not going to mess up with TextMesh Pro, that's for another tutorial series. So I'm going to go up here, I'm going to add this input field, make it a little larger. There we go. So input field is made of 3 elements. So the input field itself has script called input field. It has an image, and it has two functions, on value change and on end edit. We also have the placeholder text, which is this text that appears whenever you hit play. Whenever you're in your application, it's like enter your name here. That is the placeholder text, and it also has another text, and this other text is the actual text script. And also you can see something else. Whenever I hit play, there's something that appears, and I think that's a caret. So I click on this, and it has the little blinking thing automatically coming into play here. So for an input field, we have a few options. Let's check out the script. We have the interactable, which means, you know, if can I click this or not. We have the transition, which is normal. This is like a normal thing. It acts a little like a button in a few things. So then we have the text component is of course this text. We have the text that is empty right now, but if I fill it with anything, it will be like just filled. Character limit, we can, this is 0 means infinite. We can set it to be, you know, a 10-letter name for a character, or a 10-letter limit for a save file name, something like that. Content type, so content type standard is like you can do every single thing, just you can add any characters that you want basically. So we have autocorrect, this is for mobile, because anytime you tap on this with your mobile phone, you will bring up the user interface keyboard that mobile phones have these days. Digital phones have that kind of keyboard. So autocorrected is for your autocorrect to work. Integer number, you can only use integers, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm actually gonna go ahead and hit play and check it out in game so that I can explain. I'm gonna make this scale a little larger so that we can see, not that large, on the text. So I'm gonna add A1 point. So standard lets me add anything that I want. If I hit autocorrected, this is not gonna do anything because I'm not on the phone. Integer is gonna probably not let me, I'm hitting A, C, B, doesn't let me do anything, but it does let me do this. And I cannot add points, periods to my text. Then we have decimal number, does let me add periods probably. Let me see, 1.123.2, yep, it does let me. Then we have alphanumeric, I have no clue, just letters. Oh, and numbers too. Let me just delete this. I can add letters and numbers but not symbols, basically that's it, that's alphanumeric. We have name, which lets you add any sort of, you know, combination. The first letter gets capitalized immediately, so Alphonse, but I can't add numbers or symbols. As you can see, every time I space it, the first letter is capitalized, which is very smart of the Unity developers to include. Let's continue on with email. So email lets you include one dot, and I think one dot on each side. So you can just do this. Oh, you can actually add as many dots as you want on the right side, just not consecutive ones. Yeah. Okay, so that's email. You can also have password. I think password is anything, but it doesn't show the text. Very smart. Then we have pin, which is probably just gonna be numbers. Oh no, I can add anything I want. Oh, this is numbers. I cannot add letters, but I can add as many numbers as I want. That's because I didn't set a character limit. So if I had pin with 4 character limit, it would be more like a bank account pin. So 6666. That didn't work. I don't know why my Unity doesn't let me do this. Okay, there you go. 4. Delete this. So as you can see, I can only add 4 6s. Then we can check out custom, and custom lets you do the rules that you may want by yourself. So I'm gonna go back and see single line, multi-line submit, multi-line new line, Submit means I can hit enter. So basically I'm gonna do and then enter. Oh, that didn't work. How do I? Let's see. Okay, so it's because I have 4 character limit. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm just gonna do a lot of A's, and it will be doing that. And we can also do multi-line new line, which I'm not sure what it actually does. Okay, so multi-line submit, whenever you hit enter, it sends the message. I'm hitting enter now. It sent, that's the submit action, basically. This on edit, basically. We can also change the blink rate for the caret. Can make it blink faster, way faster, or way slower. That's actually too slow. It makes my head turn. Caret width, we can change the width of the caret to be 145 characters or points, basically. The caret color, we can change the color of the caret to be whatever we want, red or whatever. Selection color, I can have any color that I would want with my selection. By that they mean this color. Hide mobile input. What that means is you don't get to edit with your phone. Like, you don't get the custom UI keyboard from your phone. So maybe you want that to set up your own keyboard in game or something like that. The other thing is read only. This is for occasions when you want to lock in some data, but you usually will use read only through code. But I'm going to show you a case here. I'm going to add on and edit, and I'm going to add my same input field, and I'm going to do deactivate input field, maybe select bool read only, and I'm going to do true. So I'm going to change this multi-line submit. I'm going to hit enter, and it will change to read only, and I cannot edit it anymore. Well, I shouldn't be able to. Yeah, I'm not able to. I'm typing, as you can hear, doesn't work. So that brings us to the next point in the whole universe of input field Unity, and this is the fact that on the end edit and value change events. So you're firing an event which has a string. Remember when we were talking about lambda expressions? Well, this is very similar, and maybe it is the same. We'll go and code it in a second. So basically, whenever you have a value change, you can do anything you want. And when you end edit, you can also do anything you want. Let me just show you that. So on value change, whenever a value changes, I'm gonna add myself to it, and I'm gonna do the whole bool read only thing again. Whenever I change any value, this will activate. There you go. So one letter I added, it activated the read only field. So basically any change will trigger something to happen if I listen to this event, which is pretty great in my opinion. You can use this to do many things, and I'm gonna exemplify that in a second. So what I want to do when the value changes, is change the name, this text of the test button. So I'm gonna hit escape here. I'm gonna go to my input field and go on value changed, add this text, and I'm gonna go ahead and text name set all dirty stop coroutine. Oh, it doesn't seem to have string text. There you go. So the text is gonna be, of course, equals to this text. Oh, it doesn't work like that. Oops, that is very sad. So I'm gonna have to do it through code. I wanted to do something cool, but it's not working. On value change, I mean, it would be obvious that I want to do that, but Unity doesn't let me. So that is again why it's better to do it through code. I'm going to do it on code now. So I'm gonna go stop this. I'm gonna go to game manager. I'm gonna go to change text. And then what we'll do is I'm gonna add a reference to the input field. I'm gonna close this. So I'm gonna add a reference to the input field, public input field. I'm gonna call it input field, and we will assign our input field right here when this updates. Okay, so we add it here. We go back to our code, and I'm gonna act as if it was a button here. So input field that on value change. Value change with a D in the end. So basically we have to add a listener, and this listener is a string. So remember I was talking about lambda expressions. This is actually a low-key lambda expression class. So we're gonna add a listener for a string change, and we don't have a name here. Unity is complaining about it. So you have to add a name to the string. So I'm gonna add a name to this, and it's gonna be just input text. Now we have our parameter, and we can use this name here to signify a variable, a string type of variable. And it doesn't sound like much, but it's a lot. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the button's text to be the same as this. So I'm going to do, well, I don't have a text for it, so I'm just going to add another one. Public text, button text. So button text, that text is going to be equals to input text. That's it. And the other thing that we can do is unsubmit change. So I'm gonna set it up, and then we'll use it later. So input field that on input. Is this it? No. On finish and edit. There you go. It's the same thing. I have to add a listener, and this listener will take in a lambda expression. And you can see here that the type of the lambda expression, you can read it over here. I'm gonna try and drag it. Yeah. So void Unity engine event string. Before, if you check this out, it's a void. It's a call, just an action, doesn't have a type. So input text. I'm gonna check this out later, but the first thing I want to do is test that this works. I'm gonna change the name of the button to be what's input in the input text. It's gonna make things way more interesting. So I'm gonna go ahead and add this to this. Go hit play. And we can do new, you can see new button name. Immediately it changes. It doesn't even wait a frame. It seems like I'm writing on the button, but I'm actually writing on the input field. So that's very useful. So you can have a character creation screen where you have your character name being written immediately. So it may not seem like much. It may seem like it's not an actually useful thing, but it is. It's something that will lead your players to feel good. Like it's a game feel element to be able to do this. And so new button name, that's fine. So we have that. Now, when we end edit, when do we end edit? We end edit when we hit enter. So let's try it. Basically, I'm gonna, let me think what I can do with this. I'm going to change player name. I'm gonna do change text to player name. And the string is gonna be input text. And the player ID is gonna be player 1, which is player 0 in our, of course has to be player 0, right? So we'll go ahead and try that. I could destroy this, but it's fine. It's just for testing, for showcasing how input fields can work. Let me just check. Oh, what's up with the player name? Oh, I forgot. I have it this very zoomed in, so I couldn't see that. So I'll do I start Aristotle. I hit enter, it says player Aristotle Archimedes. Player Archimedes. So I'm changing the player's name depending on this. So it's actually really freaking interesting. You can change your player's name on the fly whenever you need to, if that's what you need. So there's many options here. Another thing that I wanted to do that I forgot to do is I want to configure my input field. So usually input fields, the placeholders are centered. So I'm gonna go placeholder, center it, and I'm gonna increase the size. Great. For the text itself, I'm also gonna have it centered, and I'm gonna increase the size to best fit. I'm gonna change the color to black. See how that looks. So I'm gonna do emoji. Why not? So emoji, when I hit enter, it's gonna be player one. It's gonna change to player emoji. There you go. So that is the way that an input field can be used for this kind of thing. So the button name changing, of course, doesn't make much sense, but we will change that. I don't want this to be there for now, so I'm just gonna do that. And so that is the way that an input field can be used. It can be used in many creative ways. The other way that you can use it, instead of using on submit, like you can actually not use any of this. And what you do is we check the button. We have the button, right? So we have this button, and instead of doing change text color, I'm gonna comment that out, and I'm gonna say change text to player name, string player name. So I'm still gonna keep using 0 for the player ID. The player name is gonna come from my input field. So if you don't want the input field to be the actor that changes the name, we can use the button for that. We can say input field that text, and input field text will absolutely be, we will be reading from the input field. As I mentioned before, we're absorbing data from the input field, and we will change the player one's name, but it will not change when we hit enter on the thing. It will change when we hit the button. For mobile, this makes more sense. It's empty, so I'm gonna do Aristotle. I hit enter, nothing happens, but if I hit the button, it will change the name of the player. So this is good for mobile where you don't have an enter button. Maybe the user in mobile will tap the enter key to, maybe the user will tap the enter key, but maybe not. Maybe the user will just close their keyboard and then be left without options. So you want to give them this option. You can also, if you want, have both. So I'm gonna hit this. I'm gonna hit play again, and now we will have both options. You don't need to have only one. So finish. If I click outside, it actually does it too, but I also can do 16 or 12. Click on the button and it will do it too. So the button, the input field is a very smart option for your user interface. You can do many things with it. Let's see what else you can do with the input field. Oh yeah, you can have like smart responses. So you can read from this, and you can analyze the text by just using any string sort of concatenation or string analysis or Markov chains, and get data from the string and whatever you need to do with it. Okay, so let's start up with the recap. I'm gonna do the recap right now, and if you guys have any questions, please ask. I would love to help you with any questions regarding input fields, buttons, text, or images that you may need. So in this session, we talked about input field, how to place them, how to configure them on this the inspector, how to add functions on the inspector, how to add functions on code over here, and how to make the input field interactive and very smart, how to change things through an input field, how to make them appear in mobile, how to make them read only if you need to. There's a few ways to do all of those, and we talked about them. It's a good intro to the ways of the powerful input field in Unity. So thank you for watching, guys. I'll be right back with the intro. Actually, I will check if I will be right back for the intro of session 3 advanced UI elements. If I'm back, I'll just be back in like a minute. If I'm not, I will just continue tomorrow with session 3 advanced UI element. So thank you for watching, guys. I will see you soon or tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST. Thank you for watching. Alright everyone, welcome back to Best Practices for Building UI in Unity. We're going to be doing the session 3 intro right now. Session 3 is called Advanced UI Elements. So basically what we've been doing is we've been checking out the more basic UI elements like buttons, like input text, like images, like canvas, main camera. Although canvas and main camera, all of them are really important. But you know, there's different levels of difficulty in learning them. So we've been checking out the easiest ones, which is buttons, the way they work, input fields, the way they work, We have been checking out images, how to place them, how to resize them, all these things that are very important. And we've also checked out the ways to make images fill themselves up. We've been checking out many things that are very important. So now we're going to go to the a little more advanced topics on Unity user interface. What are these? So these are scroll view, sliders, although sliders are not that hard, toggles and toggle groups, and drop down menus. So a scroll view is basically what you get when you have a website. As we saw in the Unity 3D website, of course, we have a view that you can scroll. You have a scroll bar and you can click on it and drag it down, or use your phone to, you know, move through this beautiful scroll view. That is a simple scroll view. So sliders, what's a slider? Slider is what you get when you want to, you know, increase your volume. Let me just check volume sliders. We can just have this amazing volume sliders. They are very important to check volumes, to change volume, to change properties from a character, like increase strength, increase whatever you need to increase. Actually, I'm going to use this because I like this more. The other thing that we will add to our knowledge is toggles. I don't really have toggles here, but toggles let you select different elements depending on what you need, what you want. Turn on and off certain things. We're going to be creating, I guess, simulated settings menu to show off sliders and toggles. And we also have drop downs, and drop downs are of course a menu that lets you select from a list. You click, you get the list shown, click on the list element, and you get that element as a result in a selection menu. So we're going to be checking out how to set them up, how to use them, how to code them, and all of that is very important for UI in Unity. We're also going to be talking about a little about containers, and I think that's going to be in the well, in all of them we're going to be using containers, but so I'm gonna like be snowballing slowly about containers. So a container is an element that you add to other elements that doesn't really have too much functionality, but they're important to what you need to do. So like dropdown needs a container. Well, dropdowns don't really need containers because they are self-contained. They have their own containers, but you could create a container. Scroll views do need containers. Sliders don't need containers. So a container is gonna basically be an element that you add to an already created layout to, you know, make the layout work. So basically you just add the layout to the or rather the element. I'm sorry, I lost my thread there. You add this container element to the scroll view, and you will see the way it works. I'm going to show you several types of scroll views, several types of layout elements in the 3.1. It's going to be really important and that is why we're gonna do it tomorrow. So thank you guys for watching. We'll continue tomorrow, October the 9th, Tuesday, with session 3.1 scroll view, and we're gonna finish all the tutorials tomorrow. It's just gonna take us like 3 more hours. It's not gonna take that long. So yeah, I appreciate you guys watching, and I will see you tomorrow at the same time, the same place here in Live Edu, amazing website. Thank you for watching, and have a great evening or day, depending on when you watch this, of course. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to Best Practices for Building UI in Unity. We are going to do session 3.1 right now, which is scroll view. We're going to define how scroll view works, and I'll show you how to implement different elements into your scroll view. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to make these two guys disappear, probably, and also this guy. I will make this boy disappear. I'm going to hit play and see if that broke anything. But if it didn't, which it didn't, we will be doing our scroll view in this canvas. So the first step to get a scroll view working is to right click and hit on UI scroll view over here, and you will see that you generate this small view, this small UI element, and this UI element is composed of several things, as you can see here. The first one is the scroll view parent. Scroll view parent itself contains the scroll rect, which is basically this rect. It contains the content, which is a child of the viewport. It also says, asks you if you want it to be horizontal or vertical, or both. The movement type, it can be elastic, unrestricted, or clamped. I'm going to show you what that means. You have to hit play for that. You can see that there's no bar here, but if we increase the size of the content, our scroll wheel will appear and we can move it up and down. So we can basically do this easily up and down on this scroll bar. But what we're going to check is the elastic, unrestricted, or clamp movement. If we have elastic, this kind of goes back to the same spot that it was, depending on how many elements. If you hit unrestricted, it will go down and up very far, and clamped is only, you know, for a certain distance traversed by this element. So the other thing that this scroll view has is the inertia. Okay, this doesn't matter too much. Scroll sensitivity, this is for mouse wheel. Then we have viewport, is this viewport. It represents what space in the UI you'll be able to see the contents through. And then we have the horizontal scroll bar and the vertical scroll bar. Finally, we have the setting that says auto hide and expand viewport, the visibility setting. You want your bar to completely be hidden or shown, you hit permanent, and if you wanted to decide on its own if it should be hidden, you should do auto hide, and if you wanted to also expand the viewport if it's required, then you should just leave it at default. And default is expand viewport if required, basically. Then we get, let's see, the image is a background, but then we check the horizontal scroll bar, and we can see that it also has many things. It's like a button, and it asks you which direction, which if you wanted to from left to right. Since this is horizontal, I would of course choose either right to left or left to right. If you wanted to choose from vertical, you do bottom to top, top to bottom. You can see the size varies. You can check and change the size from 0 to 1 basically, so you fill the space or not. The value, it depends also on, it is like the position and the number of steps. This is basically how many steps it's gonna have. If you hit it to 0, then Unity will auto analyze how much space you need for your scroll bar horizontal. So this lighting area contains the handle, and you can change this graphic. As you can see, this graphic's like this one but extended. So if I have any other sort of graphic, let's say I want to pick this, you will see that the scroll bar will immediately change to whatever graphic I want it to be. Same for the background, which is this. I could change it to whatever background I want, and it would change itself immediately. So that is the way a scroll view works. But scroll view is nothing if it has no content. So that's where we're going with this. So as you can see, the content it is what defines what's inside it, what's inside the scroll bar. And if it's this small, you can see that it only covers this space. It would not go very well, to be honest, because you will not be able to, there's no scrolling to do. But if you extend it, for example, you can extend it over here, you can see that this goes larger, and if I do this, then also that goes in that way. So I can see that the point is that you extend your content. But how to extend the content? Because you don't know how many, the whole point of having a scroll bar is you either are sure of how, there's two ways to go through with this. So you know how many objects you have, or you don't. For example, if I have a character select menu or a save menu, and I always have 3 characters or 3 save files or something like that, I will always have 3 elements. So I'm sure that I have to fill up the information of these 3 elements, and then I would know how much space I need in my content view, or my content holder, basically. So so to do that, to do either way, we need what I like to call a UI container. So what a UI container does is it holds information graphically holds information for a certain abstract element and showcases it in your content view. So I'm gonna go ahead and gonna create a new folder, and I call it resources. Usually you need to place your prefabs inside the resources folder into Unity. So folder prefabs, and I'm gonna go to the content, and I'm gonna create a UI image, and this is gonna be my prefab. This is gonna be my well, I'm gonna change the name actually. I'm gonna call this the scroll view UI container. So the whole point about this container is that you in your game, you will of course not call it scroll view UI container. You will call it save container, or character container, or item container, or shop container, or whatever you want to call it. But you have to organize it like this. I'm gonna go to the top left. I'm gonna make it as large as this screen. I'm gonna add a few elements to my container. So I'm gonna add text. It's gonna be the title text, and as you know, I don't like the base Arial font, so I'm gonna center this text, and I'm gonna call it title. I'm gonna increase the size so that it's visible. I'm gonna shoot it right in the middle, and now I will also add an image, and this image is gonna be called portrait. So let's say this is like some sort of character or item. So a portrait usually goes on the left side, and I will show you right now something very interesting that I really like to do in all my tutorials, and that's the outline component. You go and you click add component outline, and you will have an outline of your portrait just like that. I didn't do much, I just added the outline component, hit apply, and all these changes are saved in your prefab. So now I have my prefab, has a title. I also want a description text, so I'm gonna add a description text for the, this describing this item. I'll make this description text go from here to here. Make it centered. It's already centered, great. Why is it not really centered though? So really is, there you go. Well, maybe I'll not make it centered, this is better. Yeah, this way it looks fine. So this way we have the 3 elements that you probably need on anything UI for like an item, character, save file, or anything that you want to do in your container, which is the title, which is like the name of the save file or the name of the item. We have the description and the item itself. Now we need to add a script to this. So I'm gonna create a new script, a C# script in our scripts folder, and I will be adding it, and I'm gonna be calling it scroll view UI container controller. Then we click on this, and we of course have to add this amazing script here, and we hit apply. We double click on this, and our controller needs to have an initialize method. It's very important that you have an initialization for your controller. So I will go ahead and delete this, and as always we have to, because we're using UI, we have to add Unity Engine .ui to our script, delete this stuff over here, and now we write down here each element. So we have a two public texts, which is description text, and we have the title text, and we also have a public image called portrait, right? Portrait image. So we have all our three elements, and I'm going to do a public void initialize. Unity usually suggests this on server initialize, but I'm not going to do that. So to initialize this, I need a string description, a string title, and a sprite, or rather I'm gonna call this sprite portrait, and then we just add this to our elements. So description text.text equals description, title text text equals title, and portrait image that sprite equals portrait. I'm gonna actually change the name. This is fine. So this way we are initializing our element with three different things. So basically now I'll show you how it will look if we added something through code, but we're gonna add it manually, and then we're gonna add a button that adds a few of these. Rather, every time we click, we will add one of these. So source image, click, and this will be a hammer. No. This will be a compass. Oop, that is very wrong. So this is the background actually. So this is the background image. I will change this background to be this red, and then now we have to add the description text here, title text, portrait. We apply this, go to our title text, and we're gonna say this is a compass. For our portrait, we change the sprite to be the compass sprite, which was over here. We don't set native size, we don't need that because we already know what size we want. And then for the description text, we say this is an amazing compass. Thank you very much. There we go. So this is our compass, and this is our default item in our scroll view. So again, as I mentioned before, imagine we know that we have 5 compasses, right? Okay, so I'm going to copy this a few times. I'm gonna do Control D, 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 and you can see that it didn't move. So I have to move it manually. So I go and drag this down, place it here, drag this down, place this here, drag this down, place it here, like right below this. And then we see the content size. It doesn't fit this size. I'm gonna hit place to show you guys. So you can see that this is not big enough for this scroll view. So what we have to do is we have to increase the content size to match that. So we go here, we increase the content size, and you can see that this is like moving down. Why? Like basically you will be left wondering why the hell is this moving down? This makes no sense. So I'm gonna go here and copy and move this all the way up to match our content ceiling, which is this. We go to our game, and we can now drag down, and we can see all our elements or our containers. But all of that is a bunch of hassle. Even if you know how many you have, you need to organize your user interface, and you have to do a bunch of things. So what I recommend personally is adding to the content a vertical layout group. So Unity has these three things called layout groups. So we have the grid layout group, you can get horizontal layout group, and you can get vertical layout group. So if you have horizontal, there will be set up as rows. This will set them off as columns, or we are columns, rows, and grid is just a grid of both. So in this case, we need a vertical layout group, and it will organize our objects any way we want them. So basically, you will see, I'm going to increase the size of the content. You will see that even though I increase the size, this stays in the same spot. And as you can see, it organized them so that the bottom one would fill the space on the bottom. So we will see that they are very split, and the last one works like that. So the other thing that you should do, or you should be doing, is I'm going to the content, and you can not force expand childs as height, and they will go back to being all together. You can also not force expand as width, but that doesn't work because we do have it correctly set to the right width. You also can align them not to the upper left, which is this. You can align them to the middle center, and you will see that the objects align right in the middle. It all depends on what you need to do, but usually upper left, bottom right is fine. It's a very interesting concept, this vertical layer group, and you can do a lot with it. You can also add spacing. You can also add padding on the whatever side you choose. Maybe left, maybe you want some right padding instead of left padding. Maybe you want some top padding, maybe you also want some bottom padding. So basically you have many options to organize your user interface by using layout groups, and these layout groups are definitely very helpful. So I'm going to go ahead and check out this, and still there's another problem. So for this, right now, if I know the amount of elements that I have, it does work. Like my game does work this way, and it looks good, it looks pretty nice. But what if I wanted to add elements on runtime? So if I wanted to add elements on runtime, my scroll view, as you know right now, this is not a runtime, but if I have scroll view like this, and I will come to a space, I'm gonna copy and paste this. This is another one, but right now I can't go further down. So basically you have to choose between having a set amount of scroll view containers, or you can set up your content to increase in vertical size every time you add a new a new container, basically. So the way we do that is we go to our scroll view, and we already have the controller. No, this is a container. So I need a scroll view controller. You can call it whatever you want. You could be like, say, scroll view controller or scroll view UI controller. It depends on what you're gonna use it for. But since I'm only testing the scroll view itself, I'm gonna do that, and I will double click in it, of course opening it. I'm gonna add a public game object. I'm gonna call it container prefab, and this is gonna be, of course, a prefab to the container that we already have chosen. I'm gonna do using Unity Engine UI. I'm gonna delete this, doesn't work for anything, I think. And our scroll view, I also need a reference to the scroll view itself, so I'm gonna do public scroll view scroll rect, scroll rect maybe. Okay, maybe this is it. Scroll. So yeah, it's scroll rect. So basically this is gonna update here, and I will be able to grab my prefab. I'm gonna delete this. Well, I know I'm gonna check the height. So the height of this item is 144.9. So let's say 145 is the right height for this. I'm gonna apply. We know that the height is 145, and this guy, I'm gonna reduce its size to be like basically 0. So we will go ahead and check out scroll bar horizontal, scroll view. Okay, container prefab. We're gonna add the prefab scroll view container. This is in our assets that we created a little bit ago, and the scroll itself is of course the same one I have here. And I'm gonna turn this button. I'm gonna create a new button actually, and I'm gonna call it the. I'm gonna create it over here. It's gonna be my scroll container add button, and I'm gonna go ahead here and also gonna create a reference to that button. This is the one, not that. As soon as we have a reference to this button, I'm gonna move it out of the scroll view over here, make it a little larger, change the text to be add container. Of course, as always, little larger, add the Fredoka one, and we go back to scroll view and we add the button over here. So now we have this. We will create a function that will be adding buttons, containers to this list by itself. So basically I'm gonna click and I'm gonna add a new container to the list. And I'm also gonna change the scrollable vertical handle, the handle sprite. I'm gonna change it to be the same blue one so that this looks consistent. If I hit play now, you will see that there's no scroll bar. If my add container does nothing. So I'm gonna go ahead and, as you know, I like to create a void called set of buttons. We click here, we add generate method scroll view container that set of buttons, and we will get our for free basically set of buttons void. So we will do button that on click that add listener. We add our beautiful lambda expression that I was talking about in the previous session, as you know, and I will be adding the listener to this. So what is the listener? The listener is gonna just be generate container. So I'm gonna of course create another one of these, a void generate container. And this void is gonna create a new game object. Game object container is gonna be equals to instantiate container prefab, and we're gonna instantiate it with the parent of scroll.content. So this scroll view contains the information, knows which is their content element because we set it in the inspector. So basically we have it for free, and we're gonna create the container and we're gonna set it as a parent. So I'm gonna click on start here, and you will see that every time that I hit container, the container button, the add container button, we will be getting a new container here on our view. So we get one every time. But you can see that there's no scroll bar. This dragging is a property of the scroll view too, like it lets you do this for mobile mostly. But as you can see, these didn't get created. And so if we go here to the content, you will see that is a very small thing. It's a very small container for our content. And then if we drag it down, actually, we will see that the scroll bar does appear, and we can do this easily. And actually this like moves over here. This is the elastic property that we were talking about before. You can see that it goes back and forth, no problem. So what's going on? What's going on is that this size has to be dynamically set. And the way that you dynamically set the size is you increase it by the height. You increase the size of the content property by the height of each container every time you add a container. So basically what I'm going to do at the start is I'm going to do scroll.content that size delta is going to be a new vector 3, and this vector 3 is going to be scroll that content that size delta that x 0, and that way we know that this size delta is going to be the same size in x that it is right now, which is what we want. We want it to be exactly the size in x, but in y is going to be 0. That's only at the start though. So whenever we add a new container, what we'll do is we will add to the size delta almost the same way that I did up there. So I'm going to do scroll that content that size delta equals new vector 3. It's going to be scroll.content.size delta x, and then in y it's going to be scroll. I'm going to add it over here. Scroll.content.size delta y plus, I said that the height was 145, so I will be adding 145 to my scroll's size delta. This is the way that it should work. I'm gonna hit play before I start explaining because I may have something wrong, but I don't think so. I have done this a bunch of times. So we hit play, wait a little bit. Now we're gonna add containers. So we'll see that the content has no size. If I add a container, the content increases the size to be exactly the same as the container. And then we add more containers, and you can see that every time I add a container, this goes a little larger. So it's being exactly adjusted to the height of the containers. So there's no mystery now. Before there was mystery. I mean, I'm gonna do this so you guys can see. You will see that this thing scrolled all the way up because I am on the bottom. Before, it was not being dynamic. I was adding containers without without dynamic content, and that's why the scroll bar didn't work correctly. But now if I hit add container, I can just do that, and we will see how much it's flexible and dynamic. So what this can do for you is, like, you can do many things. So basically in a real game or in a real situation, in a real situation, you will not be letting the player just add containers by clicking, unless it's something very, very specific. You'll be checking your files for something. So in this case, we got the resources, we got our simple UI, and we have the resource icons, and we have all those things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this sprites. I'm going to be copying them, how do I copy this? Can I just copy it? I'm going to show in Explorer. So I'm going to show it in Explorer. I have it in my Windows Explorer. So I'm going to just go to my assets resources, and I'm going to copy the PNG files to this place, right? Oops, that was a mistake. I did not mean to do that. Oh, whatever, it worked. I think my players are gonna be angry about that. Let me see. It's fine. Okay, so basically we have our resources here. I'm gonna create a new folder. Actually, I'm gonna call it art. I'm gonna copy this here, and we have our stuff. We have our arts, and we'll go ahead and do something that will generate one container per sprite. So I'm gonna be doing, let's see, what should I do? I'm gonna do a resources load. So basically, Unity has this special function called resources load. So I'm gonna go ahead and do sprite array sprites equals resources. This is why load all. I'm gonna explain it in a second. Sprite, and I have to copy the path. It's gonna be, the path is art. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm loading everything in any resources folder in my Unity structure. So this is a resource folder, and then it's adding a slash. So basically I'm doing resources /art here, and we get all the sprites that we can find in this folder, in the art folder, which is these sprites. You have to be careful to only add sprites to that folder, just so that Unity doesn't really get angry at you. And then I'm gonna do a for each sprite in sprites. Of course, these sprites that I just created here, an array that I got from Unity. I'm gonna do generate container, but generate container is gonna have to take in a sprite. I'm gonna delete this, or I'm gonna remove this temporarily or forever, maybe. It's just an example that we had. And then we're gonna do generate container sprite. And so instantiate, blah blah blah, this is fine, this stays, but then I will do container dot get component UI container scroll view UI container controller, and I'm gonna do the initialize method. What do I need to initialize this this friend of ours? So basically the initialize method asks for description. We can see it here. If you add the commas, Visual Studio shows you what you need. So it's description, I'm gonna describe it as some item. Title, so I will do sprite.name, and portrait is gonna be of course the sprite. So this way the elements will change depending on which sprite was passed to it. So you know what, I could change this. Let's say I'll do a string.format. Actually, for the description I'm gonna do string.format, and I'm gonna say something like an item of size 0, 1, and then we pass in the sizes, of course. Oops, I don't know what's going on with my keyboard. So the sizes are sprite, that texture, that size, that height. Well, actually X goes first, right? So width and sprite, that texture, that height, and that we have. This will show the user. This way is better, it looks good. So we will see the description is going to be an item size of size X and Y. Well, I could do X, oops, X, Y, there. So it's going to show us the size of the item in, of course, the pixel size of the item sprite, the name, and the sprite itself. So let's see if that works. We'll be loading for a second, and now we will hit play and we'll see what happens. So we can see that it loaded all our 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 here up until this 3, 6, and we can see UI graphics. So it's showing the start UI graphic, whatever. I'm gonna change the name of this to coin meat crystal metal hammer wood. Okay, so now it should be called the names that I'm getting. Yeah, coin, crystal, hammer, meat, metal, and wood. You can see that the sizes are a little wonky, but whatever, it works. And as you can see, it just works. So this is the way that things should work in your game. And we can also add, this is the way a scroll view is made. You make some load functions somehow. You load the prefabs or sprites and you display them with smart text. You have to be a little smart about it, but it is definitely workable, and it just works really, really well in Unity. The other thing that you should do, when I'm gonna do this, the other thing that you should do is we will add something else to the scroll view UI container controller. We'll add a button. So I'm gonna do public button, and our button is gonna be initialized too. So the way that this will work, you can probably guess by now, is that I'm gonna do a set of buttons function when this is initialized, and I will be writing why a set of buttons function in initialize. Well, initialize is only gonna be called once for sure. No one else is gonna reinitialize this UI container controller, so I can add the functionality that I need when this is initialized, not before or after. So instead of buttons, I'm gonna do I'm gonna do button that onClick that add listener, and we add a lambda expression, and we will say debug.log, and we'll be saying portrait image. I'm gonna be debugging the portrait image dot sprite name plus was clicked. So we will know what we clicked as soon as this is clicked, and we'll be adding a button. We can actually make this button private, and we will do get component, button equals get component button. This is just for safety, that way you're sure that your artist will not ruin your code, or if you're an artist, you can ask your developer, hey, did you add it through code, or should I add it through here? Container, so I'm gonna add a button here, and we now have a button in our prefab, and now we hit play. So each button is gonna have its own functionality, and the best part about this, I'm gonna go ahead in the console. Coin was clicked, crystal was clicked, hammer was clicked, and the best part about this thing, wood, so you can see that the numbers here is increasing. We have meat, crystal, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, great. So the best part about this is your scroll view doesn't know anything about what the container does, and your container doesn't have to communicate with anyone. They all just know. They get their initialization, and they can set up to do what they need. So if you have a save file, you can just pass it on here, set a button and click load save file. You can have anything that you may or may not need. If you have watched my tutorial called how to create an RPG in Unity, a top-down RPG in Unity character and saving, that's what I do. I add functionality to the buttons so that we can load games and save games. Yeah, so that part is basically how you do a scroll view in Unity. I will be doing a short recap now. If you guys have any questions, please ask now. Oh, okay, so you asked Droid Hero. I see that you asked, what does making the button private do? So basically, if you have it as public, let me show you here. This is my button. If you have it as public, you will see it in the inspector. So you will see it here. You will see in a second. So I can add it like this. So when I do this, I'm depending on everything working fine. So you see that even though I have 3 of these, I don't want to have like a lot of them, because anyone can just come here and randomly click on this and hit this and none, and boom, like my code will not work anymore. You can leave it as public and still search for it as a get component, and you will be sure that you're getting your button. But leaving it as public and depending on that is a little dangerous. So the lower amount of this that you can have, the better. Although many times it's like you're almost forced to do it like that. That's basically the difference. If you set it as private, you will not see it in the inspector anymore, and you're sure, because you're getting it through code, that you will be able to obtain it. And actually there's a safer way to do it. The safer way to do it is to add set of buttons here, and instead of doing get component, I would do add component. Whoops. Game object, the add component button, and this way I'm adding a new button to my object instead of depending on the button already being there. So I can remove this actually. I can hit play and you will see that the button will be there as soon as I instantiate the object. This is my prefab clone, and you see that there's a button here, even though when I go to the prefab here, it doesn't have it. It's because I added the component. So these are strategies for you to be safer at the time of and runtime. Basically, you're making sure that there's no null reference in your button. What do I mean? Oh, whoa, I see that there's a lot of people talking. I hadn't noticed. Can we add multiple items in a layer group? Yes, you can add as many as you need. You can add, as you see, I'm adding like 6 at the same time with the sprite. Literally 6 at the same time, and they're all really well organized. I think yes. Is it a layer group or a layer group? Sorry, it's layout group. Just sometimes it slips. What do you mean by 145 in size delta? So basically, what's going on is I made my prefab over here. I made it beforehand, so I have it in my content. I can see it. I can see my prefab. And when I click on it, I go to the right side, and in height, you can see that it says 145. So that is my size delta in pixels vertically, 145. If I reduce this, my item goes smaller. If I make it larger, it will go larger, but I decided that it should be 145 just because it looks cool. Basically, that's it. It looks cool. I don't know why Unity doesn't like my. There you go, 145. It looks exactly the way I want it to look. So I hope I was able to respond to all the questions. I think there's no more questions. Yep, so that is the way you make a scroll view content dynamic, how to add functionality to each element, and how to load elements from your resources folder. And it works very easy, it works very nice, fast, and it's a very elegant solution to have in your game menus. Basically, you want a cool UI, then you have to do cool stuff like this. So with that being said, I'm gonna do a small recap. If you guys have any other questions that I didn't get to, please let me know. So basically what we did was we created a scroll view. We added a view, we added a scroll view to our test project. In the content, we had a vertical layout group. Don't worry, man, I'm glad to help. And we also created a prefab. We instantiated the prefab 6 times because we read from the resources folder. We learned how to read from the resources folder, and in runtime create different types of buttons, how to add functionality to these buttons and add them to the scroll view as UI containers. So that is it for this tutorial. This was session 3.1 scroll view. We're gonna be back soon with like in a few minutes with session 3.2 sliders. We're gonna be talking about how to create sliders. It's not by any means a complicated thing. That one's gonna take about 15 minutes tops. So thank you for watching, guys. I will be right back. Get your questions ready and we can talk about them in the next session. See you soon. Hello everyone, welcome back to best practices for building UI in Unity. So basically we just created a scroll view, and our scroll view may be very pretty, but we don't need it for now. And now in this session we're going to be talking about sliders. So what is a slider, why does it work, and what can we use it for? So basically a slider is, as it says on its name, an element that allows you to choose values on a scale, and the slider itself provides the scale. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a UI image. It's gonna be just a background for our slider, just to I'm just gonna place it over everything else so that we can just focus on our slider. And then I'm gonna call this background. So we still have all elements working, and you can like select the code and copy paste any of these stuffs for your games or your learning experiences, whatever you need it for. And so what I'm doing is deactivating them so that you can use them later. So going back to the background, I'll go ahead and create a UI object, and this object will be, of course, a slider. So I'm gonna make my slider a little larger because it's of course too small. So this is my slider. It is a beautiful slider, and if we hit play, we'll be able to see that it works just as you expect it to work, but the background, or rather the handle itself, looks a little weird. I'm gonna preserve aspect. Let's see what can I do to make this look prettier. No, I don't need to preserve aspect, but what I would need is to, you know, make it, maybe I can change the graphic to something else. Maybe it can be this water drop with an outline. I will add the outline component. As you know, I love my outlines. When I hit play and check how it looks, yeah, we could change this to be some sort of water measure. And so the slider itself has a few components that we can change. We can change the way that everything looks. We can change the slider itself. This is 50 fill direction, I'm gonna do right to left. Well, I guess not. I guess left to right. And we can change the minimum value. We can change the maximum value. We can change it to be whole numbers. We can change it to be different things basically. And we can also change the. I don't know why this thing's on the right, but whatever. 0. I don't know. So we have the fill, rect, and the handle. So the fill area, it has the background and it has a color, of course. And I'm gonna set it to be blue. I'm gonna set it to be light blue, and I'm gonna set the handle slide area, or rather the background, to be darker blue. So darker blue, like that. And this way, I can go ahead and hit play, and we can see that the drop will fill out the stuff in this way. I insist that this looks a little funny. Yeah, this makes more sense, right? Yeah, right to left makes way more sense. Right to left. And I want to have this guy, I'm going to hit Control S so we get a save here. And whenever we hit play, you can hit shift. Droid Hero, you can hit shift. Basically, whenever you are resizing the slider with this tool, I'm not hitting shift at the moment. Yeah, it's like Photoshop. You can click on this and you can like do that, and this is wrong. But if I hit shift, it keeps the ratio. Like it's trying to at least look at my mouse. If I'm hitting shift, I do up and down, it doesn't really do anything. But if I let go of shift, it does do a lot of stuff. So it just keeps the ratio correct if you hit shift. And if you have any mistakes here, you can of course hit Control Z, and it will go back to, like, if I do this, which is crazy, I just go back to this. And also, quick tip, if you guys are resizing your UI elements and they go like that, it means that they are upside down. So Unity expects them to be here and you have them here. So basically all you have to do is reverse them again. So I have them like this. If I do with this over here, it's reversed again and it works. So yeah, we have our slider, and the slider has several very interesting components, several very interesting parts to it basically. So what we can check in our slider is we have the value and the on value change. So every time we change the value, we will be able to like visualize it somewhere else. But this is it also gives you like a number, so you can use the number for whatever you want. So I'm gonna add in the background that I created, I'm gonna add a new text, and I'm gonna call it value text. I'm gonna make it centered over here, make it way larger, increase the font size, and center it. So this way, my whole plan is to have it so on value change, whenever I change the value of my slider, it gets reflected here. So I'm gonna hit plus here. This is not gonna work, just FYI. So I'm gonna add it to value text, go to the text, and we will say there, you can see here that the only thing that we have is this string text over here, but it doesn't have a function that will set the text to whatever I need it to be. So I would love it to be the slider's value, but there's no way to do that just directly in the Unity interface. So we have to create a small script for that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new script. I'm gonna go to my assets, scripts folder, and I will be adding a new script, and I'm gonna call it slider view controller, basically. This is my slider view, I guess. I'm gonna call it slider view. And what happens with my slider view is that it's gonna have my controller, and I'm gonna, of course, as you may or may not assume, use Unity Engine.ui, Unity Engine.ui, and I will be doing a public slider, and a public text, slider value text. Alright, so since we have our slider value text and all that stuff ready, what will be done is I will be, of course, adding them the values here. And now I will do on start. I will do setup slider. I'll create the new function. Well, this thing doesn't seem to want me to do that, so I'm just gonna do private void setup slider, and slider that on value changed that add listener. So again, I don't know if you guys remember the way the lambda expressions work. So the way lambda expressions work is depending on the type of expression. In this case, it's a float. You can see it over here. It says unity event float. You need to add a name here, and that name inside these brackets will be that float. So basically, I'm going to add the name slider value. So now inside here, slider value is whatever value the slider has. So I will do slider value text. That text equals slider value. Well, rather, I'm going to do a string.format. Slider value is 0. Slider, and then the value will be, of course, slider value dot toString. I'm going to move this down here so we can all see it clearly. And this will make the text be, of course, this text. And at the start, I'm going to set slider value text to be equals, put that text to be equals to slider value is, and I'm going to use the other way to do it, which is plus slider dot value dot toString. Okay. So this way we have our structure well set up. Whenever I hit play, this text will change from new text to whatever it has to be. And actually I will change its starting text to be nothing, because I don't like the new text. Hit continue, or rather play. So currently the value is 0.67, and I can be moving it. Slider value is 1, slider value is 0. So pretty weird that this says that its value is 0 if this is full. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the slider. You can change min value and max value to be different, so 1, and the minimum is 0, or rather the minimum for the thing is 1 and the max is 0, so that they are, flipped. So its value is 1, and this is going wild. Oh yeah, so it doesn't like that. Unity doesn't like that. That's interesting. I had never run into this. So left to right, 0 and 1. So basically my problem is the colors. So what I have to do is change my colors to be dark blue here, and this thing's gonna be light blue. So now it's going to look the way I expect it to look. It was just a matter of me being bad at life. So there we go. You have the slider. You can check the slider value, and on each change, you can you have even look at the precision of this. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 precision values in your slider. So what can you use that slider for? There's many options, many options. But what I normally use it for is for volume. And that makes sense. And any game, let me see if I can actually do something here. If I can click on anywhere in the slider, yeah. So you can click on tap. Actually, this works with taps. Tap or click anywhere in the slider, and you will be moved to that spot. So what we can do is we can add a music audio source. So I'm gonna add an audio source here, audio source, and I'm gonna add. I need a music clip. But I don't have any music clips that I can think of in my computer. Let me just check here for a second. ringtones, I guess. Okay, so I'm gonna use something that I go to my assets resources, create a new folder called audio, and I'll be adding a jingle that I heard when I traveled to Indonesia recently, the CGV jingle. And I'm gonna go ahead to my slider view. I'm gonna add this jingle to my audio clip here. I'm gonna have it in volume 0. Very low, 0.07. In my computer's volume, I'm gonna lower it very low so you guys don't get blasted by. Let me just check that this works the way that I expect it to, just so that you guys don't get your ease destroyed. Okay, so I'm gonna go even lower than that. There we go. I think this should work. Okay, there you go. That's my testing. Sorry, guys. Okay, so so basically the way that an audio source works is you can give it an audio clip and it will be playing on loop. I'm gonna loop it actually, and you can set play on awake, which means play whenever the game starts. So you will hear it now, I think. You can hear it. Very low, but you can hear it. So basically what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be setting the volume of that audio source to be the same volume as this. It says there are 4 audio listeners in the scene. That's because of the cameras. So I'm gonna delete all of these audio listeners actually. Usually you only need one, and Unity always complains about it. Okay, so we have our slider. We're gonna get the audio source as a private source. And I'm gonna get an awake before everything else. Audio source equals get component audio source. Okay, we now have a reference to our audio source. So whenever we move our slider, the value is gonna be the volume of the audio source. So audio source, audio source, that volume. Oh, you want me to increase the volume? Okay, I will increase the volume of my, there you go. You'll hear in a second. So audio source dot volume is gonna be equals to slider value. So directly we're changing the volume, and you can save this volume. So little secret, you can save this volume to your player prefs. So usually I don't recommend using player prefs, but player prefs that save int, or rather set int, and I'm gonna be setting key is gonna be volume, and the int is gonna be cast the slider value to an int slider value. Or rather, yeah, slider value at times 100. So this way we will be saving the slider value to our player prefs as an int, and then when we start the game we can load that int. So if player prefs that has int has key volume basically. So we're checking if it has the key volume, and if it does, we say that audio source that volume equals player prefs that get int volume, and we know it's multiplied by 100, so we divide it by 100. So yep, that is the way that you save and load small stuff like volume. So we're going to go ahead and start the game again. I'm going to click on the scroll slider view so that you can see the volume for this thing. It says 0.07. So you will hear the jingle at the start of the game. When I move the slider, now it's muted. So you can see that the volume varies along with my slider value. And in theory, I'm not sure if this will work 100%, but in theory, if I leave this here, 0.48, and I hit start it again, you should see that this goes up to 0.48. It doesn't. Oh, I know why it doesn't. Well, whatever. So that is the way that works. The problem with this is it's a set. I don't know why it did set int. It should be set float. So I'm just gonna set float. Get float. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. So yeah, I should have saved it as a float from the start. So we'll do that again. So we see that the volume is 0.07. It's gonna go down to 0 because of my save. 0.58. 0.58 here too. Stop it, and then as we start, it should be 0.58. I hope it works. Yeah. And the slider value is 0. So we have to change the slider value. Basically, what's the title of that jingle? That is the CGV jingle. Let me just show you. CGV jingle. You can find it on YouTube. CGV is a chain of cinemas in Southeast Asia. So basically, I went there very recently, so that's why I have the jingle. I really like the jingle. It's really nice. So then I'm gonna set up the slider. Slider dot value is gonna be equals to audio source that volume. So I'm making sure that they are exactly the same thing, and they're exactly the same as the CGP jingle volume. So this didn't get updated either. So the text, I should definitely be doing this over here. This is not, of course, optimal, just showing you guys how it could work. Yeah, you can see that it all's now very well organized. And if I turn off this object, the song stops playing. So that is basically what you can do with a slider. You can save the data, you can show the data, you can set volumes, you can set strength, you can set whatever you need to set in your game. The other thing that you can do, for example, is just do this in 15 and then do whole numbers, and that way you will sure that it's gonna be from 1 to 15, and you can be like choosing the amount of damage of something, or the level of something, or the experience that something gives in a game. So that's the way sliders can work for you in your game. There's many things that you can do. I'm not gonna be letting this go as whole numbers because I don't want that to be on the project files that would upload to live edu, but that's basically it. So if you guys have any questions, please ask now. I will go ahead and do a small recap before ending this session, which was very successful, very, very nice. So basically we set up a slider, showed you guys how to program around the slider, how to code in like 15 minutes, even less than 15 minutes, how to code the slider to change the volume of your game, how to save the value of that slider, how to set, how to create an audio source. Where's my audio source? There you go. So how to create an audio source, add music to your game, and change the volume on runtime through, you can like create a settings screen maybe, and have a slider that controls the volume. So yeah, CGV. With CGV jingle, I say goodbye, or rather be right back. I will be back with toggles and toggle groups, how to set up some toggles, and I'm gonna probably use the same screen as a slider view so that we can have something pretty cool going on. So I will be right back, guys. Thank you for watching. See you soon. Alright everyone, welcome back to best practices for building UI in Unity. So basically we just created a slider view that sets the volume of an audio source depending on the volume of the slider. As we can see here, I'm gonna hit play, and you will be able to hear a jingle, and you can see that the value of the slider will change the volume of the song. So I'm gonna make it like be real low, and then I'm gonna hit play again. As this, if you remember, it was 0.0059, so you can still hear and see that the value got saved correctly. So that was sliders. So now we're gonna be talking about real quick. This is probably not gonna take that long. We're gonna be talking about real quick about toggles and toggle groups. The way toggles and toggle groups work. I'm gonna actually create a toggle right now. I'm gonna create one toggle that would allow us to see the way that toggles work in Unity. I'm gonna right click on a slider view. I'm gonna create a toggle. So toggles include several elements. I'm gonna go ahead and create and make it larger, make the text larger, make the toggle larger. Toggle itself has to be way larger too, so that we can toggle it. And the check mark, I'll also make it larger. You can change the graphic of everything through this graphics over here. So each one has an image that you can change correctly just by clicking. And let's see, is that a check mark? I think I saw a check mark before. I don't see it. Well, maybe this. Make it large, black, so that it looks different. Preserve aspect, and now whenever you hit play and you click on your toggle, you can do this, turn it off and turn it on. So basically what toggles do is they allow you to do many things. Anytime their value changes, you can just change, of course, something in the world. So basically when value changed, what we can do is, for example, I will grab some game object, maybe the handle, and I'll be turning it off and on game object. Bool, set active. So the set active, the slider being active or not is going to depend on the toggle itself. So you can see that if this is on, that is on. If this is off, that is off. That works as you would expect it to work, as you would like it to work. The other thing is you can also create toggle groups. So a toggle group, basically, I'm going to create another toggle. I'm going to call this, I'm going to change the label to be second toggle, basically. This should work fine. Looks that looks good. And I'm going to remove this, of course. And now I'm going to create a toggle group. So to create a toggle group, you just have to add the element to any object that you want. Huh, that is weird. Toggle group. Hit play. So I don't actually recall how this works. So how do I work with a toggle group? Toggle group. I thought that was very straightforward. Oh yeah, of course, I know now. So basically what you have to do is add the toggle group somewhere, just as I did here. You go to each toggle and you add the group here to the group thing. So go ahead and drag and drop this toggle group thing over here and over here. And they're both on. So I'm gonna go hit play. So only one of them can be on at the same time. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this the slider toggle, and this is going to be my music off toggle. I'm going to go ahead, and whenever this one is on, the music is off, and whenever this one is on, of course the music is on and the slider works. Why would the slider work if there's no music, right? So I'm gonna go here and change this. I'm gonna add the slider view. In theory, I could probably do audio source. enabled, or rather disabled. So yeah, I am very wrong. So this has to be music on toggle. On toggle. So whenever this one is on, the slider is on, and the music is on. So you can see, yep. So it's interesting because it's I'm going at it at a weird angle, so that's why Unity is not like doing what I wanted to do. I'm doing the handle being active here, but this is not on. Only this one's on, which means the music is on, right? So also in here, I'm gonna go to this toggle and I'm gonna set the handle to be on only when this is on. So I'm gonna go ahead and drag this, or rather drag the handle on here, game object, set active, and now it's gonna be on only when this is on, and this other toggle is actually not gonna do anything. So it's gonna be like a toggle that only silences everything, basically. Oh, that is okay, yeah. So you can see that when I have this on, I'm gonna change the name because it doesn't make sense. So this will be music of toggle. Toggle. Save this, click, play again, and you will be able to see like very directly. If I have my music on toggle on, you can see that the slider's on and the music's playing. If I hit this, then nothing happens, and this just, yep. So that's a toggle group and toggles. So a toggle is basically what it is, and if you have a toggle group, they will be mutually exclusive. So you only want to use mutually exclusive toggles and things like this. So it becomes a very interesting topic to go through because there's many options that you can do. So if you have class selection, for example, you can set your class selection to be like wizard or warrior, and you can only pick one, of course. So you can have a toggle group displaying this, and you will not believe how many toggle groups are in games that you see and you don't notice, just because they are, you can like try to select many things and they're not featured as toggles. So here I can clearly see that they're toggles. You guys can clearly see that I'm toggling this on and off. But when you have them disguised correctly, they look like they're completely different UI elements, and they still do the toggle type of work. Let's say that it's some type of they cover the responsibility of a toggle. That is basically what I'm trying to say here. The other thing about the toggles is we can, of course, code stuff into them. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my slider view script again, and I will set up. I'm going to change this to be setup UI, and I'm going to add a public toggle, two public toggles, on, music on, and music off. And so I'm gonna do music on dot on value changed dot add listener, and we get another one of these lambda expressions. So again, lambda expressions, you have to see what they're made of, and this is made of a bool, and you have to give that bool a name here. So I'm gonna say music. So, or rather, you can't call it value. Can you call it value? Maybe. If value equals true, then we change the text to be something. Basically, if the value is true, this is what the text is. And then slider value. I don't know the slider value, so it would be audio source dot volume, I guess. Dot volume, that to string. That is for the moment when you switch it on. And then if I switch it off, then slider value text.text equals music is off. I don't need to add a listener to both of them, because since they're in a toggle group, in this case, specific case that we're dealing with, you just don't need to, because you know that when one is on, the other one will not be on. So we'll just go ahead and add this toggle here. We hit play, and that's only going to work on value changed. So music is off. So there's no doubt that it works. So music is, and whenever I change this to negative to being off, then music is off. Whenever I turn it on, this turns the music on. And you can also save the value. You can see whenever you change the value of this thing, you will do player prefs that set bool. Oh, you can't set int string. Well, we can set int. It's gonna be music on, and the value is gonna be 1. And then player prefs set int music on, and the value is gonna be 0. That means it's off. Then we will go here on start. After setting up the UI, we will say if player prefs that has key music on, which means if we have set this key before, then we will check it. If player prefs that get key and music on, well, rather I'm gonna create a new int music on. It's gonna be equals to that. That right name, yes. And then if music on equals 1, do something. That is very interesting. If music on, oh yeah, of course, the name is wrong. Music on is 1, then do something, and then else do something else. What we want to do is we want to change the value to music on that value. No. Is on. It was true. Music on. I can say that is on. It was false. I can tell that my naming for this toggle is probably not the best, but it's fine. It will work. So this right now is on. As you can see here, it will play the music. You can hear it. If we hit this, I just want to see if it's saving. So whenever I play this, should change to this, and it should say music is off. It doesn't. Great. Music on. Oh, okay. So, okay. Did it not work? That is very strange, honestly. I think it's because I'm forcing it to be on at the start of the game. Changing the value there. Music on, right? Music on with all caps on the end. Okay, let me just try again. This is like, player prefs has this. This is a problem with player prefs. It's a little finicky. Doesn't work correctly. Music on 1, music on 0. But whatever, okay. So the point is that you can do that with your toggles and your toggle groups, and basically that's it for this session. I didn't want to delve too deep into toggles because it's useful, but it's not something that requires too much thought. With this you can probably do anything you need to do. Just remember, you can set them into a toggle group, assign the toggle group to each of the toggles, and then you will be able to like create a class selection and display any kind of information that you may or may not need with your toggles and your toggle group. So thank you for watching, guys. I'll be right back. I will come back to describe the way to use drop downs in session 3.4. We're moving forward pretty nicely today, and this will allow us to go into the harder stuff. Basically, I'm gonna go over drop down pretty quick, and then we're gonna go to render texture and more tips. Render texture is something that will probably not help you all the time, but it's something that's very interesting, and most people don't talk about it in any tutorial. So that's why I wanted to talk about it in this one. So thank you for watching, guys. I will be coming right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to best practices in creating, or rather best practices in building UI in Unity. This is session 3.4 dropdown. We so far have covered canvas, cameras, text, image, button, input fields, scroll views, sliders, toggles, and toggle groups. So in dropdowns, we'll be examining the way a dropdown works. I'm going to create a dropdown in this screen, in this view that we have here, the slider view. And I'll be adding some code. We'll be checking out which possibilities we have regarding dropdowns, of course. So what we will do right now is, let me just check. We will create a dropdown here. So go to UI, dropdown. We will make it larger because we need to use our eyes to see it. I'm gonna make it larger. I'm gonna make everything in it way larger. Option A, and then the arrow has to be larger too. It's way too small. Like this. We create a preserve aspect arrow. Then we add, we're gonna hit play just to show you guys how this works. So basically, the way a drop down works, it detects. I'm gonna not have the music on anymore. The way that works, it detects all the options that you may or may not have added to the drop-down list. You can see here drop-down list, viewport, content. You can see all the items, option A, option B, option C, in your drop-down list. And we can activate this just to check how the template works. So the template has a viewport, content, item, item background, item checkmark, item label. So what we're going to be doing is changing these things just to get it to work the way that we want it to work. So I will go ahead, and the item background, I'm going to change it to be red. The check mark, I'm going to change it to be any icon that I have over here. I do think that I had check mark that I used just now. There you go, check mark. Change the check mark to be black. And the label, I will change the font to be this. And the whole item, I'm going to make it a little larger so that I can make everything else a little larger. I'm going to move the check mark, the text over here, increase this font size, and increase the size of the check mark itself to be over here. Preserve aspect. And now when I remember that this was off when we started the setting up our stuff, so now it's gonna be off again. You can see that our options, like our content, didn't change very let's say logically. It should have been a little larger. You can see that it's not well organized, and there's always sort of small complications with this. If I add a vertical layer group, remember the vertical layer groups that we added in the other tutorial, you will see that this works way better. So we go back to the game and we can see the way this works. We can click on the option and it would change our option every single time. So the thing is, our drop down is not working completely fine because we have to continue setting up other things. So basically I'm going to go ahead and click on the template again. We hit on the content. You see that the content is very small, so I want it to be quite large. I wanted to have a vertical layout group, or not, maybe, not sure. I will not force expand this. So there we go. I will not force expand it. And as I was saying before, I want my item to change a little bit compared to, I don't know why the height is 0 here. It shouldn't be 0. But I guess it works. So if what happens if I add more items? They don't work correctly, right? So that is the thing here. I want my items to work the right size, the right way, and for that we need some logic added to our drop-down menu. If I hit play now, we will see that I'm gonna change the volume in this actually to be 0. You will see that it all says option A, and then it says option B and C. It's because I copied this for no reason. Like Unity doesn't like that. Now, that is our template. This is like our template, our viewport, our content. I'm gonna change the viewport. You can change the viewport size to be larger if you need it to be larger. And you have, this is basically a scroll rect. Remember when we were talking about scroll rect? It just works the right way that it should work. So we have the label. Now we're going to check actually the drop down. So now that we can check the drop down itself, we'll go ahead and see it says caption image. It has no image, template, caption text, and then we have the options over here. Each option has a sprite, so you basically can set up your drop down correctly over here. So I will say I will make a drop down selection colors, and I'm gonna get just a sprite blue, and then I'm gonna do red. I'll do red, and I'll do green, and this sprite is gonna be the green sprite. I'm gonna do a fourth one, which is gonna be, I think it was yellow. Is it yellow the other one? Yellow, yeah. So orange, actually, orange. These are my options with their labels. So that is what we're gonna do. We're gonna hit play, and we will see that we get blue, red, green, and orange. Caption image, you can see that it doesn't exist. So basically it doesn't exist because this item doesn't have one. So my item, my background is larger than my item, I think. So I think that's like half the problem. Check mark should not be larger than the item, and my label should not be larger than the item either. So I have to add to this UI image, and I'll go add this image. I'll make it just for sampling this. I'm gonna preserve aspect. Can I? No, I cannot. So I don't know why, but I can't preserve aspect. So I got it over here, and we go to our drop down and we set this over here, image, and item text, item label, item image. I don't understand what that means, but we'll try that again. Click next, or rather play. Blue, red. Oh, okay, so I get it. Basically the caption has an image and the item has an image. So my template, my dropdown needs this image as the item image, not as the caption image. The caption image is gonna be none. So let's see how that works. Blue, red, green, orange. So we can definitely click. Oh, so I get it. So the caption image is the one on here, like on the top. So for the drop down, I will create a new image, and that's gonna be my caption image. And I will place it over here. I'm gonna move the text to the right, like so. And in the drop down, I will add this caption image over here. And now whenever we select something, we have blue, red, we have green, and we have yellow, orange. So that is the way you create a simple scroll view, drop down. You just add the settings to the parent over here. And the thing is, it's gonna change. So the whole point of the value changing is to read it from somewhere. and you know, change something basically from your script. So what all we need to do is get a script. I'm gonna get a new script and I'm gonna add it to my dropdown, or I'm gonna add it to my last slider view. I'm gonna just complete this slider view controller. So I'm gonna add a public dropdown. I'm gonna call it dropdown, and so you know, I will just set up UI, and I'm continuing with this, and we will say dropdown dot on value change dot add listener, and the same thing, we have to analyze our little friend, the lambda expression, and know what it is about. So we go to the add listener and we can read here that the lambda expression is an int. So this name that we add here is going to be an int, which is going to be, of course, the value of this dropdown. So I'm going to set an image, a new image. It's going to be a public image, dropdown choice, or rather just text. I'm just going to add a new text. It's easier. Dropdown choice text. So whenever the value changes on the dropdown, we will say dropdown choice text. That text is going to be a string.format value 0 chosen in dropdown, and then the value 0 is going to be value, of course, to string. We will hit enter here so we can see it, and with that we know that our dropdown is going to be having the whole thing obeying the laws that we are setting. We will have the dropdown show text in our setup text that we're gonna create right now. So just create it here. I'm gonna place it over here right below the dropdown. Increase the size, increase the font, change the font. As you know, I like Fredoka one, and we're gonna center it and hit best fit so that it changes sizes correctly. And now we go ahead and we add it to the slider view over here, the text, and this drop down, of course, has to be my drop down, so I just add it there. We hit play. We'll see that it doesn't have any text so far, but as soon as we change the value to red, value 1 chosen in drop down, value 0, value orange, and then value green, we can of course set this up to be a little more complicated, set it up to be a little more responsive. So instead of saying value 0, just the value, I'm going to create a new void, and it's going to be called analyze dropdown value, and it's going to take in an int value. And what we're going to do is we're going to send this to that void, and we're going to move this from here to that void like this, but we're not going to pass in value. We're going to be doing string choice text equals nothing, and so here we do choice text. And how we're going to set up the choice text? Well, we're going to do a switch block. So we're going to do a switch value, and we'll say case 0, then break. I like setting it up like this. So I know that the case 0 is blue, so choice text equals blue. And we're going to just copy this a bunch of times for each value. So it's going to be green, or rather red. Case 2 is green. Oops. case 3 is red. Whoops, again. It's not red, it's orange. So now we have our choice text. It's gonna be smart about it this time. Let's go, check. Okay, so we hit red, value blue, value green, and value orange. So basically what you can do here again is you have this choice of a character. You want to turn on a screen or turn it off. You can do some sort of well, you know what, we can also do it like this. So this is a little more exciting. We will do on value change, we can add our slider view and do analyze, go to our slider view controller and do analyze. Oh, it doesn't have it. Oh, it's not public, right? Yep. So you set this to public, your void to public. You can analyze the drop down value. We wait a little bit till Unity understands it. And we go ahead and do slider view controller, analyze the drop down value. And I'm gonna eliminate this on value change a listeners thing, so that we know that this is the only thing working. We wait a little bit and then Unity understands what we want. We hit play and we will see that whenever we change the value, it's gonna be changing itself. So this works. So this has an advantage and a disadvantage, of course. What's happening here is I can set it on the inspector. You can have your artist or your designer learn how to do things, and then you just create all the functions and tell them, hey, you want something to do this, you do that, and that will make them basically want to help you. They will feel more involved in the project, but at some point they might make mistakes and not be able to fix them, of course, and be bothering you, or it will take a longer time. So what you should do is you should set it up in a way that they can change it, but you already have it ready. So you have both things, and they can't or they shouldn't like change the project in Git or wherever you're using. They can use it to test, but they shouldn't change it anyways. Or I mean, if they're knowledgeable, they have some knowledge about Unity, or some knowledge about game development, like code-wise maybe, and they can help you with this. So yeah, this is drop-downs give you a lot of I'm gonna show you something else actually. So basically what I'm gonna do is, if the choice is blue, I will say, I don't know, maybe audio source, no. So I'm gonna turn off the music off toggle. So music off, that game object that set active is false. This is just to show you that it's not just text that we can do. You can do anything you want. So whenever I hit blue, you will see that the music off toggles game object is gonna be turned off. So this is gonna be turned off. Red, now hit blue, and oh, I forgot to, whoops. I need to add this, it doesn't have it, so this is it. Now we hit play again, and we'll be sure that this will get turned off as soon as I hit blue. Blue turns it off. So as you can see, you can do many things with your drop downs. It doesn't cost you much time-wise. So okay, let's do a small little recap. Let's go recap. I'm gonna go through what I did. If you guys have any questions, you can go ahead and ask now. You've been very ASCII in the last few tutorials, and I like that. I like interacting with you guys. So basically what's going on here is we created a drop down. We analyzed the way to add to the template, how to add the label, how to add the caption, how to add many elements to the drop down. You can add them over here. So we added them, and then we coded, well, not just coded, we just tested that the elements get added on here on the top part. Like if you click on red, you can see that the text changes. You can drag this in phones, and you can drag this in your computer too. And you can also see that we coded that this text changes, and we also coded that if you hit blue, this is just for show that something else can happen. all of this music of toggle text and the toggle, they disappear, which is pretty interesting because you can set off stuff to turn on, turn off, depending on what you need. Also, you can set it to toggle. Basically, when you do music of that game object, that active in hierarchy, you can set off that the things toggle, not just turn off, also turn on again if you hit it, several times. So if you hit blue and then you hit blue again, you see that it comes back to life, and it retains functionality, so it works pretty nicely. So basically that's what we did. I'll be going offline now. I'll be checking out my settings. I'll be getting ready for session 4. Session 4 is render texture and more tips. It's gonna be a pretty interesting one, so I'll be right back for session 4 intro, and then we can continue on to actually go ahead and talk in session 4. So thank you for watching, guys. I'll be right back. Alright everyone, welcome back to Best Practices for Building UI in Unity. This is session 4 introduction. So I'm going to explain what render texture is, in burst flight view basically, and what we're going to do with these 3 sessions that we have left in this tutorial series. So basically a render texture is what you use to display something in your UI that you normally can't display. And what do I mean by this? Well, basically, this render texture, that's one of the functions of render textures. I'm going to explain a little more in a second. So basically what happens if I want to display a 3D object in my user interface. I would, maybe if you don't know what's going on, you just go ahead and 3D object, capsule, and then you add it to your canvas, and yeah, so it doesn't work. So look at that size, so we'll have to make it like really large, and it's still not visible. So the camera does not display 3D objects in your thing, so in your UI. So that's one of the functions of render texture. If everything goes right, which I hope it does, we can also, this is one of the things that I'm going to be using render textures for, to showcase 3D objects in a canvas. But the other thing that can be used for is for mirrors. So I'm going to see if we can do some mirror work, but it would, is this game 3D or 2D? I can't remember, but I think it doesn't matter much. We can still set it up whatever we want. So I'm going to try to set up a mirror with a render texture. And I'm also going to do setting the render texture to display 3D objects in the user interface. So yeah, maybe a rotating 3D object so that we can see the actual 3D-ness of the object as it appears. So that will be session 4.1. Session 4.2 is about drag and drop. I'm going to be talking about the ways to implement drag and drop, how to grab an object, move it somewhere else, drop it, all that stuff, all that good stuff. But it's not going to be too in-depth because I think for really explaining drag and drop, we need a project that talks about some game like Hearthstone or something like that. Maybe I'll do a tutorial about drag and drop based games, drag and drop. I also have this top-down RPG inventory that includes some sort of moving objects around. So yeah, that's definitely something worth checking out. And then for section 4.3, I'll think about some fixes that we can do or improvements that we can do to this user interface. Or I just give you further tips. We may skip session 4.3 completely depending on how 4.1, 4.2 go, and just talk about the tips in session 5. So yeah, guys, thank you for watching. I'll be right back to do session 4.1. Just give me 1 minute and I'll be with you guys. Alright everyone, welcome back to Best Practices for Building UI in Unity. We will be continuing right now with session 4.1, which is render textures. So as I was explaining in the intro, render textures were created to render a certain camera's vision into UI, or you can be a little more creative, use it as a texture in other objects. So basically you will be using a camera's display, or what the camera can see, as a texture for something. it's a little weird. So I'm gonna set my project to be 3D. I'm gonna click on the 2D view here to just flip it like this, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to the main camera. So we can see that the 3D view is of course quite different from the normal one. So to start with render texturing, what we need to do is we need to create an asset that is called render texture. So we're gonna go ahead and just create it over here. I'm gonna create a render texture over here, and I'm gonna call it render text. Well, that doesn't sound right because text is a thing. So render texture. So dimension 2D, cube or 3D, size, whatever. So we did this. I'm not gonna check this out now. I'm gonna check it later when we can have something to check it with. I'm gonna back to this canvas, set this to 2D again. So this image is the square thingy. I'm gonna add a new image. I think it has to be raw image, but I'll check it in a second. So this image is gonna be render texture container. I'm gonna move it over here, and I have to assign, yeah, I can't do it with this. Maybe it has to be a raw image. I think that's the case. So yeah, it has to be a raw image so that we can add the render texture to that thing. We can move it over here, and we will see that when we hit play, nothing should really display. Yeah, nothing is displaying because there's nothing moving, like displaying to this render texture that we have here. So again, we can't see anything, and that is because we have to, like, the render texture by itself doesn't do anything. We need a raw image. The difference, if you go to canvas and you right click and you see UI, so there's two types of images, the image and the raw image. So the image normal contains a sprite and it has a color and a material and stuff, but the raw image contains a texture. The sprite already is a processed version of a texture. So you need an image to display a sprite, but you need a raw image to display a raw texture. And the render texture is not a sprite, of course, it's a texture. So you can see it's called render texture. It's very straightforward in that regard. So that's why we need a raw image instead of an image to display this. So continue with the questions. Do you have any more questions? Because this topic itself is a little complicated. Yeah, it's my pleasure. So we need something to display to this raw image, which of course is displaying the render texture. And for that, we'll go ahead and turn this back to 3D. And I'm going to create a new camera. So I'm going to create a camera over here. And this camera is looking at nothing. So I'm going to add a cube. 3D object cube. The camera's over here. I'm going to set the camera to be 0, 0, 0 because this is very confusing if it's not. And this cube is also going to be 0, 0, 0. So we have the cube, we move forward like this, and we see that the camera sees this cube. I'm going to remove the audio listener before Unity complains. That's you cannot have more than one audio listener in the scene, and every time you create a new camera, you get a new audio listener. So, and you see that here the camera has many settings, and one of them says target texture, non-render texture. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. And you can see that in our game, the canvas, the camera is displaying to the canvas the cube. So if I move this cube, if I rotate it, for example, the camera is displaying the way the cube rotates. And I can rotate it in any angle and the camera will display it correctly, which is useful in some regards. But I'm gonna make this cube go a little farther, make it a little larger too, like that. See how that looks? It looks way bigger, but it looks very stiff. So I'm gonna rotate it a little bit on this side. I'm gonna hit play, and it should be properly rotated over here. Oh, it's not. Well, I wonder what happened. Oh yeah, it is working. Okay, so that is the way you set a render texture to display on your user interface. But I am wondering why the cube is not like completely, oh, it's way too close. So this guy should move a little more back. Let's move him over here. Now the camera can definitely see him correctly. And the other thing that you can do is display animations in your UI with this. So I'm gonna animate this cube real quick. To begin animating cube, you just hit create, you go to your resources, create a new folder, and we're gonna call this folder animations. And I'm gonna say rotating cube. And of course, all that we need to do is I'm gonna lower the samples to 12. Then lowering the samples to 12 basically does it lets me have very few points to choose on my rotation in. So I'm gonna go ahead and choose the middle point, which is 6. I'm gonna record, hitting click here, and then we click on the cube already, and we rotate it like this, like that. And then in this one, we need to have the same state at the starting state so that it loops correctly. So when we hit play, we see that the cube is doing this. It's not rotating. It's not rotating. Why it's not rotating? So basically, it's choosing the shorter path to the starting point, and the shorter parts of the starting point is just coming back from this to back here. But you can solve that by continuing to rotate. So basically, we have -55 here, and it goes up back to 0. What I want to do in 9 is I will set it to actually more than -55, so that it can't go back like that. So it has to rotate, actually rotate. You can hit play and see the way, oh, it's actually going back. Well, it's weird. I'm gonna do -1.8. I'm gonna actually do this the smart way. So 3 is -45. This will be -90. This will be -180, why not? And this will be -360, which makes no sense. I mean, it doesn't need to be perfect, it just has to rotate. We're not in an animation course, we're just doing render textures. Okay, so we can see that this cube in our scene is rotating, and you see how the user interface displays that cube. Normally you cannot display 3D objects. You can of course you can do animations with the user interface, but your 3D objects don't really show like this in normal user interface situations. The other thing that you can do with your with your cube and stuff is a mirror. So I'm gonna try to do a mirror. Don't like kill me if it doesn't work, but I think it should work. So basically we create a new 3D object. I'm gonna create a quad, a 3D object quad. A quad is just literally a simple object. I'm gonna place this quad so that the player one, I'm gonna place it in 0, 0, 0, so that the player cams can see it. I'm gonna turn off this canvas so we can see that the player cams do see the object. Do they? No, they don't. Okay, let me just move the object somewhere around here. Let me just do this. I'm gonna select my object and I'll try to place it in front of one of the cameras, main camera maybe. So the main camera sees all of this, but it doesn't really see the quad object. Why? I don't see why it wouldn't see the quad object. Is it blocked by something maybe? Is it the color? I'm gonna create a new material. Create material. Material. I can't see it there. And I'm gonna call it quad matte. And you probably can see where we're going with this, but quad there, change color to red. Can I see it in the 3D view? Oh, it's behind this thing, so that's maybe why. You can see in the 3D view that it now should be visible. Yeah, you can see the quad over there. I'm gonna make it larger. I still don't like the position, maybe down here. So basically our game is 2D, but you can set up stuff in 3D too. Oh, now I can definitely see my quad. That is wonderful. So the quad will be the guy who's gonna display the render texture now. So I need to figure out, I don't remember the way it is, transparent, shader, skybox, sprites, mask, UI, wait, oh, I think I found it. Only texture. The texture doesn't exist, so I can add it here. You can see that my render texture is being displayed to the camera now. I mean to the quad now. So the quad is basically doing the same thing that the UI was doing before. You can see how crazy this is because it's also displaying in the background. So what is the functionality that I want to showcase here? Well, I'm gonna actually turn off all these other objects. I'm gonna turn off all these other cams for a second. And I'm gonna be turning off all these other canvases. I don't wanna show any of this anymore. I just wanna talk about render texture. And I have my main camera, and I'm gonna change my main camera to be perspective. We will now click play and see what happens. You will see some differences, of course. We see our camera is now displaying the two things. So this is my render texture and this is my other guy, my quad. So we have the cube here rotating crazy, and we have the quad. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an illusion. I think this could work. This will work. Of a mirror. So I'm gonna move this back here. I'm gonna move the quad back there behind the object. We'll see how that looks in game. So we have the quad. I'm gonna move it to the right. I'm gonna increase the size of the quad actually. I don't want it to be so small. I'm gonna make it 10 by 10 by 10. And I need to, so the camera now, this is the trick that we're going to do. We're going to display from the camera, but we are looking at the camera. So this is the camera that is render texturing basically. So what I want to do with this camera is I want it to play from the mirror toward the cube. Like I want it to look at the cube from the mirror's viewpoint. So I'm going to go ahead and check out the quad's point. So it's 555 4.2. I can just click this, copy component, go ahead to my camera, and I will do paste component values, and now they're in the exact same position. So I'm gonna set this to be scale 111, and of course I need to rotate. So this camera is looking that way. I want it to look at our friend the cube. So I'm gonna turn off this stuff. I don't even know what that does right now. So I'm gonna rotate it to look at the cube, not that way, but this way. Not that way either, this way. So turn around, it's now looking at the cube. I'm gonna set it a little back, little up. Well, not really. So the problem here is I need them both to be in the same spot. I'm gonna set the camera to be in 0, 0, 0. And this is our mirror. I'm gonna move my mirror backward like that. And my angle is all wrong. So basically I need to move my quad over here, rotate it like this. So my mirror is gonna be looking straight into my quad. Now I have to rotate my camera a little bit. Maybe 180 will work. Yep. So in our game view, well, these objects don't let me see anything. Where's the crystal? There you are. In our game view, we'll see, well, this main camera is not placed correctly either. Maybe move it to the left. we'll see that this object is emulating this, but it's a mirror. It's mirroring what you can even see that it's mirrored. It's like the wrong way around because it's 180 rotated, which is awesome. Like you can see that making a mirror in Unity is very, very simple. You can the thing here is like the quad doesn't really have, I'm gonna check if the camera can change the color of the background. So that works. Okay, so also the camera's angle being like this is what messes up the rotation. Let me just test this. Yeah, it's going like the wrong way around. It's like a portal to another world or some reason or something like that. How could I make it so that the camera stops messing up the angle? I mean, it's fine, it's a mirror. It's supposed to be messed up. So yeah, that's the way you make a mirror in Unity. You create a render texture. You look at your object through a camera, and you then render the render texture in a quad. And that's basically the way render textures work. You absorb, you look at something and you display it somewhere else. It would be like very logical. You would think that it doesn't need to be all this complicated, but it is. So you have to like set up render texture and then a quad and then add a new material, and then into that material go look into onlet texture. I think there's more textures probably. I'm trying to find any other sprites. No, you have to go into onlet texture and then add your render texture. And yeah, so let's go a little deeper into this thing. So I'm gonna take my camera out and I'm gonna copy this component. I'm gonna remove the quad and I'm gonna add a new 3D object. I'm gonna add a cylinder. I'm gonna make it way larger. I'm gonna move my cylinder back here so that we can see it in game. Probably that works. Yeah. So my camera is still looking at the, oh well, not cylinders, like on the way, at the cube. So we can set the cylinder's material to be this material, and the cylinder will be the one displaying the cube. So the cube, of course, is on the way. So I'm gonna move the cylinder out of the way to the right, and you can see that our cylinder, who is an object, like a 3D object, can be used to display the cube's rendering. And you can see that it's even multiplied like this. You can have the tiling be way smaller so that you can see way more cubes, or you can have it be way larger, or yeah, that actually works. So you can see it in the scene view how there's a cube over here, and if you have it be 1 1, you will see it several times over there and over here, and it's like actually pretty interesting the way render textures can be. You can use this to trick your players, to show fire, to show many things just by using render texture. So that's why I really wanted to talk about render texture in this series, because I feel like they are a useful tool that no one really talks about, no one really knows about. So if you guys have any questions, this is the right moment to ask. I'm gonna do a small recap of what we did. It's gonna take like 30 seconds to a minute, and then we will stop and continue with the next tutorial. So basically what we did was create a render texture, and this render texture we set it to display on both user interface and as object texture, so that you can do basically a mirror in Unity, and you know that just works. So yeah, thank you for watching, guys. I will be back very soon for session 4.2 drag and drop basics, and depending on how that goes, we'll do 4.3 or not. If it goes really well, we might not need 4.3. So thank you for watching, guys. I will be back in just 1 second. Alright everyone, welcome back to Best Practices for Building UI in Unity. Basically, what we're going to do in this session is we're going to be talking about and setting up some dragging and dropping for UI elements. UI elements are, of course, very important to be able to drag and drop. I'm just going to turn my canvas back on, turn my game back to 2D so that we can see our stuff back in here. So, in order to drag anything, you have to, of course, well, usually you need to have a script on it. So I'm going to create a new image and I'm going to be calling it my draggable image. Not all images can be draggable. You have to, set up a script and direct it to be draggable, or you have to be having a generalized script that allows you to drag everything around. If that's what you need to do, if you need to drag anything in your game, then you definitely need one. So I'm going to change the draggable image picture color to be bright green, and then I'm going to go to my scripts folder. I'm going to create a script and I'm going to call it draggable. And I guess my Visual Studio really likes me and wanted to say hi, so it just popped up. I'm gonna go ahead into my new image, the draggable image, and I will add the draggable script. So there's a few things that Unity, I'm gonna use, of course, using Unity engine. There's a few things that Unity, Unity, a few tools that Unity gives you for dragging. So you have on mouse drag, which means the mouse is being dragged. You also have on drag, is that it? On drop, on mouse up. So you have on mouse up as button or on mouse up in general. You have on mouse down. On mouse down is also a Unity script. Yeah, I guess. No, I'm gonna delete it so you guys can see on mouse down. So you press the mouse over a UI element, graphic user interface element, or collider. But these are very imprecise. So basically what happens with these ones is that they have no real information from them. You can check for positioning if the mouse position is the same as your position, or you can shoot a ray if the mouse is pressed, things like that. But the real tools, or the best tools that Unity actually gives, is the interfaces. So we have I begin drag. We have to do using Unity engine .event systems. So we can now access I begin drag handler, and we can do I end drag handler. So what these guys are, and this is not too advanced, but it's something that people who are just starting with Unity may not know. These are interfaces. So what an interface is something that applies, that gives you data, but you have to apply certain functions, but you are forced to add these functions. So since I'm using I begin drag handler, you have Visual Studio. If you get Visual Studio tools for Unity, as I told you before, you just click on this and you do implement interface or implement interface explicitly. So I want to implement interface because I don't need to be explicit. And then we go ahead and do that. So we now have pointer event data. So what is the event data? Let's check it out. So event data contains, let's do a plot point. We can do button, the button that this event is clicked on, the click count, the click time, the current input module, if it mouse is dragging, if something is eligible for click. So if what object is hovered, or which objects are hovered when the begin drag thing is done. So you have a lot of data that you can get from this objects. The current object is selected, used, like you have so much stuff in here that you can access. So this is actually very useful. but I'm gonna be getting a private transform, or rather a private bool dragging. So what we're gonna be doing is on begin drag, if the drag was on my object, on the draggable object, we say that dragging is true. So we'll say if, forgive me if I missed the mark on this because it's just so much data that maybe it doesn't work. So event data dot selected object, let's see if that works, equals this, game object. Then dragging is true. And on end drag, then we just say dragging is false. And I'm just gonna say if dragging is true, then I'm just gonna debug that log dragging. Let's see how that works. Also, I want to debug that log just in case this doesn't work. Event data that selected object that name. So I'm just gonna check out what is the name of the object that is being selected. The other thing that you can do in this whole pointer event data world is click on the event system. So your event system, when you hit play, it should display information. I don't really quite remember if it does. Yeah, so over here you are displaying information about where the mouse is, what is selected. Nothing is selected at the moment. If I click, still nothing is selected. So yeah, that's a thing. Oh yeah, exactly. So you can see eligible for click, false, pointer enter draggable image. So you can see that I have some data on the bottom right, on the here where it says pointer enter. Of course I can't select two things at the same time, but you see that it says draggable image. So when I click, I should be able to select. So I'm gonna do pointer enter. So basically, if the last object that the mouse entered is this image, then do dragging. Doesn't work. Pointer enter draggable image. Unity.game object. What is going on? Why can't I select this? Let me check my image. Draggable image does have the draggable script. Maybe because it doesn't have a sprite. Let me just add a sprite. Sometimes that happens. No. I begin handler, I end drag handler. What about I pointer down handler? So what I'm doing is I'm adding another thing to see if that fixes the problem or that solves this. Should be here. Oh yeah, I don't need this. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to do is whenever the user clicks, if it's clicking on the same object, on the object that I care about, which is my image, my draggable, I will display, yeah, you can see that it says dragging. But now I may not need the begin drag handler and stuff because I'm gonna use iPointer up handler, which is gonna read whenever the mouse is up, and forcibly dragging is gonna be false if the mouse is up. Like for sure, if you're dragging something and you release your mouse, you are stopping the drag. So I'm doing a little workaround. This is all let it go, it's gonna stop saying dragging. So this number stops going up like crazy. So instead of printing this, of course, so as you can see, I don't need the on begin drag and on end drag. I need only on pointer down and on pointer up. So I just delete all of this, keep the ones that I want and delete the ones that I don't need. And if it's dragging, then I just do transform that position is equals to input that mouse position. This is for dragging UI elements, so this should work just fine. If you're dragging world objects, it's a whole different story, but we'll talk about that in a second. So you can see that this thing is like completely coordinated with my mouse. And if I let it go, it just drops, and that is exactly what we want. I'm gonna do something different though. So I'm gonna click on the event system, and whenever we hit play, you will see something quite interesting. I think I'm almost sure. So we can see that again. Just pay attention to the pointer enter thing. So we see that the pointer enter says draggable image. If I click, the pointer enter remains being draggable image. Well, I think, like, if I do it real quick, it kind of gets confused sometimes. It changes to the view, but the whole point is that the draggable image is being completely taking the spotlight here. So if I go to the draggable image and I turn off raycast target, I can't even click on it, like it doesn't exist. So how do we get this to play in our advantage? This is for dragging and dropping. Whenever we start the drag, basically here, whenever we start the drag, we will set this image, our image in the draggable, to be non-raycast target, which means the mouse stops seeing the image. It can see behind the image. So we will say, we will get the image, private image, and we will go into awake, and we will say image equals get component image, of course. Oops. And this way we will get our image, and as soon as we do pointer down, we will say image.raycast target is false. And whenever we stop the dragging, image.raycast target is true. So that gives the image back its quote-unquote power to be seen, its visibility for the mouse. The other thing that you should do, well, we are going to do at least, it's very important to have them, is set up the, we have to require that there's an image. So I'm going to require component type of image. So that way we know that every single time we will have an image to call to see in our draggables. It's forced that the person who adds this script to anything would be forced to get an image. If not, Unity will be like, nope, you cannot add that to this image, to this thing. So I'm gonna go back and click the event system. I'm gonna hit play, show you guys that our image is now not always going to be the object. So here we go. We say, you see here pointer enter, it says draggable image. Now it says label. Now it says label. Now it says caption image. Now it says value text. So it changes with whatever is below. And if we let go, our image is now selectable again. So it's a little trick, or a little, it's actually the way it should be done. We are just messing up with the image's properties to be able to see what's behind the image. So why are we seeing what is behind the image? What is our objective with what is behind, with checking out what is behind the image? So basically what we will do is we will move this stuff out of the way. I'm actually gonna turn it off, turn this off, and I'm gonna create, this is just for exemplifying what you can do with this drag and drop thing. I'm gonna be creating a new image, and this one's gonna be called droppable instead of draggable. So I'm gonna remove the draggable element from this. I'm gonna go to my project, create a new script. I'm gonna call it droppable. And my droppable is going to have, I'm gonna wait until Unity finishes. I'm gonna add the droppable to my droppable image. And my droppable image is going to, why do I keep seeing this? Oh, okay. So I'm gonna make it larger like this. And the background is gonna be actually orange. And it's going to have my droppable image is going to have a grid layer group. And I think you will like this. So I'm gonna actually copy my draggable just to test my layout group. And I'm gonna duplicate this a few times. I'm gonna go to my droppable image. And so the grid layer groups, the way that it works is you can set the cells to any size that you want, and you can set the spacing to any size that you want. So I'm gonna actually add some padding to the left so it doesn't look that way, tightly knit to the left side. I'm gonna add some padding to the right. I'm gonna add 20 padding to each side actually. And I'm going to add the spacing. It's gonna be 22. It's 20 enough, so this way is fine. There we go. So if we add more, what's gonna happen is you can see that they get organized in a very neat grid structure. And I'm gonna delete all of them. Okay, so if I added this here, it would get added like that. And I'm bring it back out. I'm gonna move it over here. And I will create a few copies of this, and I'm gonna have them all stacked down in this place. No, I don't think that's wise, so I'm just gonna move them like that, like this. And I will delete a few of them because I don't think we need all that many. That is enough. We have 1, 2, oh, of course it's droppable image, not the draggable. Okay, so we have a few copies. We have 4 copies of this, and we're going to go ahead into code and say on pointer up, we're going to check out what we see on pointer up. So I'm going to do if event data that pointer enter that get component droppable is not null. So basically we're saying, if this the last object that our image is seeing or our mouse is seeing is a droppable, then we will set this object's parent, transform that set parent is event data that pointer enter that transform. So in theory, when we move this with our mouse to the point of this droppable, like this droppable having it inside it, then it will be added to the droppables grid. Let's check that out. So you can see that this is neatly added to the droppable grid, and we can bring it back out. So as you can see that? So it's not changing parents. Why is it not changing parents? Because I set the condition that if it doesn't have the droppable, then you shouldn't change parents, but that is wrong. What I should have done is if pointer enter is not null, then change parents, so that way it can come in and out of the droppable. That's also wrong, by the way, but we'll check it out in a second. Okay, so we go ahead and check that, and we can move it out here. We can bring it back in. You can see that they even reorganize themselves, and it looks pretty nice. So how do we make this even more interesting? So I'm gonna get myself a little more real estate here. I'm gonna turn off my slider. I'm gonna copy this guy over here. I'm gonna reduce its size a little bit. I guess I'm gonna reduce both of them sizes like this, and I'm just gonna be moving my draggable to the droppable, I'm gonna actually delete this, and I'm just gonna create a bunch of copies in each one of them. All of this are gonna be blue, or I mean, I'm just gonna change the graphic. I'm gonna change the graphic to be blue. These guys can be green, and now we'll hit play again, and in theory I should be able to drag and drop from one stack to the other without any issues. Yeah, you can definitely see that we can drag and drop from one stack to the other without any problems whatsoever. And that is the way the cookie crumbles. Like, this is dragging and dropping, and if you can imagine this in a certain way, so basically it depends on what you want to do, but in a certain way, this is like Hearthstone. You have a deck of cards and you pull out the card deck and you add it to the card, and then what you do in the game Hearthstone, you have a set of cards over here, like in the bottom of the screen. I'm actually gonna emulate that. So in the bottom of the screen in Hearthstone, you have this is your cards, and this is like the play field, and this is I'm gonna actually center this. I'm gonna make them both layer groups. I'm gonna center them, so I'm gonna be upper center, like that. Well, for that one, and for the one on the top, I'm gonna make it middle center. Actually, I want it to look like that. And so you can see that you have the enemy's cards on the field, and you want to add cards yourself, so you just drag them and drop them on the field. Well, that's a mistake. There you go. So you can drag and drop your cards on the field. So this is the way Hearthstone does it. Actually, Hearthstone is a Unity made game, so I'm like 100% sure they used layout groups. They have their own layout elements, and you can of course in Hearthstone you cannot do this, but you can add cards to the playing field and remove from your hand into the playing field. So it's quite interesting then. So you can add a button that instantiates a new card every time the time passes. So basically that is the way you do drag and drop in Unity. So it's a pretty interesting thing. So even when you like drop, you can set sounds. When you drop, you can set different functionality, effects, animations, all this type of things. So if you guys have any questions, this is the right moment to ask, because I am going to be doing a quick recap of what we have been checking out in this session. And as I predicted, we will be going to session 5 after this. There's no fixes to do, everything went really well, and I'll be doing the further tips in session 5. So basically what we did was we created a droppable image and a draggable image. The draggable image, whenever you click it, it follows the mouse around, and it turns basically intangible so that it can see behind itself. You can see here that it's since this one's on the top, Unity renders it differently. We can fix that in a second here, but whatever. The point is that if you can add stuff from one to the other, from draggable to droppable, and it looks just fine. It looks pretty nice. It organizes itself because we're using grid layout groups. So basically that's it for this session. It was a very interesting and very productive session in my opinion. So I will be right back, guys, to go ahead and do session 5, which is a global recap of everything that we checked out. I'm actually gonna turn this off because we have to do the recap, and then I'll also give you further advice on what to check, what to learn, and I have a few other tutorial series that can help you very much if you're interested in anything UI in Unity. So thank you for watching, guys. I'll be right back to do session 5. Alright everyone, welcome back to Best Practices for Building UI in Unity. This is session 5. We're going to be doing a recap, and the whole point of this session is if you guys have any questions, you can go ahead and ask me whatever you need to know. So I'm going to go through all the curriculum and explaining what we did, and talking about the whole thing. So first we did we defined UI UX for PC and mobile games, and we checked some examples. Basically, we checked Mario Kart, we checked Diablo, we checked Magikarp Jump, and we checked Candy Crush. I think we checked many. Also, we checked this amazing example screen that is not from any game, just an example screen. And we defined that UI for mobile games is usually larger, console games and PC games is usually smaller, contains more information, but everything is layered together. So then after that, we installed Unity and Visual Studio. Basically, that is what we did. Then we talked about cameras and base elements. We created, let me just disappear. I'm gonna turn off the slider view. We created this view with 4 cameras displaying the same information. And well, everything's a little messed up right now, but you know what I mean. Then we talked about text and image, how to make them crisp, how to create new text and new image, how to make them look good, how to set up your fonts and all that stuff. Then we checked out buttons, how to add functionality to different types of buttons, how to add, let me just turn this on, turn the drop down on. And we then talked about input fields, how to make them, how to create input fields that are representative of what you need, how to, so you can see here we have our input field, but it's invisible. This is scroll view. We talked about how to add containers to scroll view. We did a lot of stuff in that session 2. Then during session 3, we created, that's session 3 scroll view actually. Sliders is for session 3 too. So we created sliders, we changed volume, we added toggle groups to turn off music, add music. Then we talked about dropdowns and how to make them work. And all of this is functional. I'm gonna be uploading. You can hear that the volume thing still works. And I'll upload the project files. It's gonna be for you guys to check out how that works, how the code works. It's gonna be for you guys to check out how to turn on and off all this stuff. So good stuff. Then after this, we went out and chased the render texture big boy. And this render texture big boy, what it does is it shows 3D objects in UI and also allows us to make stuff like mirrors. We have a mirror here in our cylinder. Actually, I'm gonna move it to the right. We have a cylinder that emulates or visualizes the same thing that this camera is visualizing, only reversed because it's a mirror, of course. And then we talked about drag and drop basics. So I'm gonna turn on the drag and drop stuff by turning on my slider view and then turning off the droppable image. We emulated here a little version basically of Hearthstone, because you know they get different sort of cards every time and they add it to the hand, and then if you want to play your card you just drag it to the playing field like this, and then the cards get destroyed and they get removed from the playing field like this. And if you are this player, you can add cards to the playing field like so too. It works just fine. And that's basically it. If you guys have any questions, go ahead now because I am almost about to finish my recap. I'm now going to talk about a few ideas that you can do with all of this. You can create UI for almost anything. You saw how in session 2 I created this, I'm gonna turn this off too. I created this Mario Kart emulatable thing. In our Mario Kart version, basically, it has 4 cameras. I'm gonna turn them back on now. We have 4 canvases, 1 for each player. I don't know why I can't see anything. I also have 4, I can't see anything because there are cameras. There you go. And each camera sees one thing. They're independent from each other. We can even like move them around and see. We can see this thing up close from this camera. We can get a little farther up or down, or like in Z or X. It doesn't have Z value, so we can move to the side. We can see the same objects are there, but we only see them if we want to see them. Then we have the fact that this Mario Kart we made a Mario Kart simulator, very light, and we also did a music, and we also did Hearthstone simulation, very light again. But in a basic way, you can see that Unity provides all the tools that you may or may not need to make your game's UI very, very interesting. And remember, players are very attracted to interesting UI, so work on your user interface, add sounds, add good transitions, add all this stuff. You can check out my other projects in which I talk about UI and I create very efficient UI. You can check out best practices in making mobile games in Unity, or how to create a mobile game like Toon Blast. You will see how I do screen transitions, and other one that I really do recommend that you guys check out is how to create an inventory in Unity, a top-down RPG inventory, because this inventory is by itself is like modular, and the thing is that this modularity that the project allows can be combined with this to create very interesting user interface at any time, at any given time. So yeah, that's basically it for this session. That's basically it for this project. I really appreciate you guys coming today and asking questions. It feels really good to help everyone achieve their dreams. Oh, actually, I'm gonna mention just one more little thing over here. If you can notice this, whenever I hit play, you can see that any changes that I make to this object, for example the cylinder, I can move it right. I'm gonna just give you a few Unity tips that I think we can do right now, because this is like the tips session. If I move it to the right here and I hit it's on the 23-25 and I stop the play, it moves back to minus whatever it was before. In order to save on quote unquote these values, what you need to do is you need to go to, I'm gonna move it again. So you right click on transform in this case, and you do copy component, and you stop the play mode, and then you paste this. And that way you are saving the position, and next time you play, you will have the same position. You're practically saving it in your clipboard for copying and pasting. Another thing that you have to remember that we did was work with Scene Machine. Scene Machine will help you do many things that you may need, but there's many other free assets in the asset store that I would recommend that you check out. I'm thinking of making a tutorial series with many of these assets. I don't know them all, but it's good that I showcase these free assets that Unity has. I'm going to show you right now. They have the standard assets, which actually they provide tutorials. We have the platforming assets, the post-processing stack, which provides really interesting camera effects. They have environments. They have Pro Builder, which allows you to create 3D environments from scratch. They also give you the 3D game kit, the Text Mesh Pro. There's many things here that are very important, and you should be checking them out. The most important one, in my opinion, though, is Scene Machine, because it adds a lot of playability basically to your camera, and it makes your camera a very interactive thing, and you can also even record things. You can do many things with your Unity asset store. Another thing that I recommend for any game that you will make in the future is you go to Edit, Project Settings, and you check out all these settings in case you are very serious about your stuff. For example, if you're using physics or physics 2D, it's good that you set layers, and these layers hit each other or not in your game. So basically, if you have a water layer and a ground layer and a player layer, that's 3 layers, you may want to communicate all 3 of them, but then you don't want the, flying balloon that will never touch water to collide with water. So you don't allow them to interact here. That will save frames for your game. You will be able to make your game a little faster, a little speedier. The other thing is you can set a default material, so whenever you add a rigid body, you get a default material. You can change gravity. All this stuff is very important. Also in project settings, you can set the time, set the graphics, set the quality. And one more thing that I want to mention before we finish is the script execution order. So this thing you add any sort of script that you want to run first in here. Usually Unity has a few objects that you can you shouldn't edit, but if you have a script that you need to run first, then you should add it on this part. And yeah, also remember for any sort of prototyping, you can go ahead and check out my how to make a prototype in 3 hours or less tutorial. It's here in Live EDU. It's very useful, and I show how to add some things from this amazing asset store and create any sort of game really quick, how to check out your ideas, how to make them more compatible basically with the world, quote unquote, and instead of just being ideas, making them into something. So yeah, basically that is it for this tutorial series. I think I'm done with the tips for now. I could add a lot more tips, but I don't think it's necessary. So again, thank you everyone for watching. I hope this was of your best interest, and you could develop your skills with this. If you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask. You can subscribe to me so you can see anytime I post at least any other new tutorials, and we can you can interact with me anytime that you want. I'm gonna be posting a few times per week as always. I've posted that since we started here in Live EDU, and remember, if you need anything, just let me know, and see you guys later.